Chapter 2959. This was the world choosing emperors. In the past, the world had always suppressed the number of emperors that could be born. Thus, for a long time, apart from people like Nid who used tricks to become emperors, there were only people like Emperor Qin and Empery who forcefully tore through the shackles to become emperors. If they weren't very strong, then they were very weak. This was an abnormal situation, and now the shackles were finally coming to an end. Then it would usher in an era of many emperors. The young supreme geniuses that appeared now could all become emperors in the future. It was like raising goo. These geniuses were all talented goo worms. But if they wanted to truly transform and become goo kings, they would have to go through fierce battles to stand out from the many competitors. No one knew who would become emperors in the end, because the super geniuses that could stir up endless waves in front of everyone all had great backgrounds and great encounters. It seemed that anyone could become emperors. There was no one like Yi Shiwen who could suppress the crowd, an invincible figure that illuminated an entire era. Everything was unclear, but the only thing that could be known was that there would be more than one emperor in the world. At that time, it would truly be a situation where heroes would stand side by side. As such, many people had already started to look for candidates to join them. Once these people became martial emperors, they would become true subjects that had contributed greatly to the rise of the dragon. At that time, their positions would truly be below only one person and above tens of thousands. Thus, these young supreme geniuses, without exception, all had a large number of supporters and followers. Even the emperor's inheritances participated in the bet. Befriending the future emperors was also an important reason why these emperors' inheritances could exist for so many years without being destroyed. Of course, they didn't need to bet on one person. They could support several people at the same time. This way, the success rate would be higher. Under such circumstances, the situation that was originally under Yi Shiwen's rule began to gradually become complicated. The clashes between the various young supreme geniuses also began to involve the various powerful forces, and even the emperor's inheritances. In such a chaotic situation, only the divine court could truly sit on the sidelines and not be affected, because they didn't know whether the others would become emperors or not, but they already had an emperor. No matter how the situation changed in the future, they wouldn't be at a disadvantage. That was why it was possible for them to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Yi Shiwen's attitude would become very important in such a collision as the ruler of the world. He could directly kill all of these young heaven's pride experts if he wasn't satisfied with the upcoming era of competition. Even if each of them was stronger than the previous one, and each of them had a greater background than the previous one, but if an emperor wanted to kill them, then nothing could protect them. It must be known that the strongest backing amongst them was merely the imperial lord's inheritance. No matter how powerful those imperial lords' inheritances were, they were not as powerful as a true imperial lord. Although the possibility of doing so was not very high, and even the emperor had to consider not to incur the wrath of the heavens and the people, it was still a possibility. After a preliminary probe, they discovered that Yi Shiwen didn't come forward to intervene in their fight. In fact, he didn't even care about anything. This made them feel relieved. They could go all out now. For a time, the entire myriad heavens and myriad worlds were in a mess. Although they didn't dare to have a large-scale collision because of Yi Shiwen's suppression, they wouldn't be as cautious as they were in the beginning in order to grab various resources and fortuitous encounters. In fact, they didn't even dare to cross the line at all. Soon, a piece of news came out. It turned out that Yi Shiwen was in close cultivation, so he didn't care about the fight between everyone. Otherwise, he wouldn't let everyone fight to this point no matter what. And such a fight gradually began to heat up, gradually appearing on the surface. As the major forces and heaven's pride experts collided many times and fought several times, it was hard to separate them from each other. For the other creatures in the myriad heavens and myriad worlds, things like becoming an emperor had little to do with them. With their strength, it was unlikely that they would have such an opportunity. For them, This great world was still under Yi Shiwen's rule. As time passed, Yi Shiwen's invincible reputation began to spread further and further. Many people came to visit him. Under the situation where Yi Shiwen was in close cultivation and couldn't meet everyone, they began to walk the path that Yi Shiwen once walked and express their respect for Yi Shiwen in this way. From the earliest true martial domain to the later desolate antiquity and then to the Xian world, the places where Yi Shiwen once stood became like places of interest for people to visit. Especially where Yi Shiwen was and what he had done, it became a popular story. Under such circumstances, some of the things that Yi Shiwen had done in the early years that were originally hidden gradually became known. Such things weren't considered as an insult to Yi Shiwen, because they all worshipped him with a pure and innocent heart. In this regard, the divine court still acquiesced to everyone's behavior, as long as they didn't deliberately tarnish Emperor Ye's invincible reputation. Even if some of them weren't so positive, it wasn't a big deal. In other words, Yi Shiwen simply acquiesced to this point and didn't punish these people, which made the divine court tacitly approve of this attitude. In these years, the power of the divine court also became more and more powerful. Especially under the leadership of Yimo, it became even more prosperous. In particular, Yimo's own cultivation was enough to suppress all directions. Yi Shiwen didn't even need to take action because some of the rascals couldn't even break through his barrier. In addition, the divine court was no longer the same as it was 10,000 years ago. It was no longer the situation where there were only 2 or 3 quasi-emperor level kittens. There were many experts at the quasi-emperor level, and in addition to Yimo and Yi Qianshan, there were also a few old antiques who joined the divine court and became the pillars of the divine court. It could be said that the divine court was a huge force. In the face of the beginning of chaos in the heavens, although they also had the confidence to suppress all directions, without Yi Shiwen's permission, they naturally wouldn't come out on their own. There were even many people who privately said that the celestial court's time to reign supreme would probably be in the next few years. In a few more years, when the confinement period was over and the other imperial lords attained the Tao, the celestial court would definitely not be able to reign supreme like this. In the face of these rumors, the divine court had always ignored them, especially since Yimo's arrival. Now, the top priority was to consolidate the foundation of the divine court and truly integrate the divine court into one, so that there wouldn't be a situation where the divine court would fall apart without Yi Shiwen. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. As time went on, more and more geniuses appeared, and the myriad heavens and worlds became livelier and livelier. Yi Shiwen himself didn't move and didn't even go out. Everyone knew that he was in closed-door training, but they didn't know that he was sacrificing to forge a Tao tool that truly belonged to him. For an emperor, a Tao tool was almost equivalent to a second life, so naturally they wouldn't let it go easily. In these years, apart from closed-door training, he constantly went out to find divine materials that could be used to forge Tao tools. Apart from some of the materials he collected before he achieved the Tao, most of them were collected after he achieved the Tao. For this, he went into the primal chaos several times, and went into the depths of the primal chaos to collect matchless divine materials, such as chaos immortal gold. Even the ancient emperor couldn't find these divine materials, because he really went deep into the primal chaos for who knows how long. Since ancient times, the primal chaos was extremely dangerous, and only emperor could move freely in it. Only when Yi Shiwen really entered it, he found that the danger inside was even greater than the rumors. In the primal chaos far away from the heavens, even the waves of the primal chaos could annihilate the emperor, and there were even some chaotic creatures that were unimaginably powerful, enough to pose a threat to the emperor. Fortunately, these creatures lived in the primal chaos, or the heavens would also be destroyed by these ferocious beasts. Yi Shiwen had entered the primal chaos several times in the past 10,000 years. He had indeed found some good things. Moreover, he had received many divine materials from all the clans in the heavens. The imperial clan, Ji clan, had contributed 10 divine materials in one go to thank Yi Shiwen for returning the Tai sword. Moreover, they were top-notch divine materials. This alone had saved Yi Shiwen countless years of time. One must know that many sovereign emperors had spent hundreds of thousands of years searching for divine materials during this process. This wasn't unheard of. However, Yi Shiwen had relied on various fortuitous encounters to gather all these divine materials in a short period of 10,000 years. Then he had started to refine his own Tao tool. Yi Shiwen sat under the enlightening mind ancient tree. He had been pondering over what kind of Tao tool to refine for 1,000 years. At this point, time no longer had any meaning to him. Tao tools were very important, and because of this, he had to be very cautious. In the end, he sacrificed to refine a big seal called the Martial Emperor Seal, and he would be the only martial emperor in the world. And this Martial Emperor Seal would also follow him to conquer the world and become famous throughout the ages. In the future, it would be famous like the ancestral Dragon Seal, the Time Robe, and so on. The materials used for this Martial Emperor Seal were very luxurious, because he had enough divine materials, so Yi Shiwen didn't need to be like some emperors who used them sparingly and used them as much as they could. And with the passage of time, the Martial Emperor Seal also gradually took shape, and with the formation of the Martial Emperor Seal, it also meant that Yi Shiwen's Tao would also take shape. Sitting under the Mingxin ancient tree, Yi Shiwen's hands were constantly changing hand signs, and in front of him, a big seal was constantly changing shape and gradually taking shape. Little by little, it changed into the shape of the Martial Emperor Seal in Yi Shiwen's heart. Chapter 2960. The Martial Emperor Seal gradually took shape. Seconds and minutes passed. It seemed as if 1,000 years or 10,000 years had passed, but Yi Shiwen was not anxious at all. At his level of cultivation, patience was only a basic requirement. Tao principles were integrated into it one by one. This was the most complicated process before the Martial Emperor Seal took shape. The difference between Tao artifacts and ordinary pseudo-Tao artifacts and divine artifacts was that they were infused with imperial lord-level laws, allowing Tao artifacts to unleash imperial lord-level combat power. However, it did not mean that the more laws infused, the more powerful they would be. For example, the Time Robe only integrated Time Principle, but its power was enough to let the Time Lord be unrivaled among Emperor Kings. There was also the Phoenix Robe refined by the Phoenix ancestor. In addition to the feathers he shed as the main material, it also integrated all his understanding of the fire attribute principles in this life. It did not need too many principles. Just the fire principle was enough to be unrivaled. There was also the devouring devil pot with the word devil as the foundation, and Tianyuan mirror with the chaos principle as the foundation. They were all different. In the past, Yi Shiwen only thought that Tianyuan mirror was also a demon tool, and should also be related to the demon path. Now he knew that his thinking was too naive. It was precisely because Tianyuan mirror used the chaos principle as the core that it could refine anything and thoroughly practice everything. Chaos itself was the source of everything. From this point of view, the Demon King was indeed an ancient powerhouse. There were also Pale Emperor, Tool Emperor, and others who mostly entered the Tao with one kind of principle, but Yi Shiwen was different. He had too many martial arts and principles, almost like a hodgepodge. According to the normal martial arts theory, this was the most difficult to enter the Tao. Everyone should enter the Tao with pure principles, but Yi Shiwen did the opposite and entered the Tao with mixed principles. Therefore, he could be called a martial emperor. In addition to those Emperor-King level secret techniques, he could deduce other martial arts to the extreme with a little deduction, weeding out the old to bring forth the new, unprecedented. In these years, with the mysterious space as the foundation, coupled with his own superb martial arts understanding, he was almost always comprehending martial arts. Since he wanted to become a dazzling martial emperor, then he naturally couldn't be shabby in all aspects. Yi Shiwen might as well go all out. He would gather the 3,000 martial arts and cultivate each of them to the extreme. Then he would prove his Tao. Among them, the Sword Tao, Fist Tao, Saber Tao, Thunder Tao, Time Tao, and Space Tao were the 10 strongest Taos that Shaoqin was most proficient in. This was something that Yi Shiwen intended to pass down in the divine court in the future. After all, it was the strongest secret of the divine court. The immortal emperor's inheritance could be passed down for tens of thousands of generations. Apart from having a deep foundation, the most important thing was that they had a steady stream of cultivation techniques and martial arts that could nurture geniuses. Yi Shiwen had come up with 3,000 martial arts in one go for the same reason. This way, all kinds of people could choose the martial arts to practice according to their own innate talent. This would allow the divine court to prosper and have countless geniuses. Of course, the most important thing was that Yi Shiwen had discovered that it would become increasingly difficult to improve the further he cultivated. And the most important thing was that even a sovereign emperor would discover that the road ahead was getting more and more difficult. No matter how much water there was in a small pond, how could it compare to the vastness of the ocean? The bigger the layout, the wider the road in the future. If one's cultivation was insufficient, he could slowly grind it down with time. There would always be a time to improve. But if the layout was insufficient, then the road ahead would become narrower and narrower until it was cut off. However, those who could cultivate to the level of a sovereign emperor were all heroes of the ancient times. How could their layout be small? It was a first-class layout. But when one really reached this step, one would discover that the previous layout might be large. But when one reached the level of a sovereign emperor, it was not enough. It had entered another level. The previous layout had to be replaced and transformed, just like a carp leaping over the dragon's gate. Yi Shiwen had now opened up 3,000 martial arts and 10 strongest Taos in order to transform his own layout. Once completed, even if his cultivation did not improve further, it would not be a problem to kill his previous self. It was just that ordinary sovereign emperors would choose to complete this step slowly. They would not rush to complete this step in the first realm. In fact, many people did not complete this process even when they reached the 4th or 5th realm. These were naturally explained to him by the demon emperor. Otherwise, it was impossible for a newly promoted sovereign emperor like him to know these things. With the guidance of the predecessors, he could indeed avoid a lot of unnecessary detours. At this point, he was creating history with every step he took. He was forging a path that had never been taken before. But he was different. Right now, Ming Di was eyeing him covetously. Not to mention, there was also that terrifying existence whose true identity he did not know. He had to do his best to strengthen his cultivation. Moreover, the sooner he completed the transformation of his layout, the wider and easier his future path would be. That was why he was not in a hurry to break through, but to master the 3,000 martial arts first. Of course, Yi Shiwen was just being vigilant. This involved another matter. That was, Yi Shiwen was the new sovereign emperor. Whether it was Ming Di or that mysterious sovereign emperor, they were all sovereign emperors who were not in power. The difference between being in power and not in power was like the difference between heaven and earth. Although they were all emperor lords, the power that Yi Shiwen could mobilize in the myriad heavens and realms far surpassed them. 1 or 2 power of will of all living beings might not be a big deal for emperor lords. However, the power of will of all living beings was enough to pose a fatal threat to other emperor lords when the power of will of all living beings was added up. In addition, he was the only sovereign emperor in power. In this world, no one could compete with him. The power that he could mobilize was extremely terrifying, just like Emperor Qin in the past. When Emperor Qin had just become an emperor, he dared to fight with that mysterious existence. After that, they clashed many times. The main reason was that he was a sovereign emperor. The heavens and earth were also helping him. He could use the power and control the laws. Therefore, even if a sovereign emperor had just become an emperor, he would still be terrifyingly powerful. Sovereign emperors who were not in power would generally avoid meeting the new sovereign emperor. It was not worth it to fight them head-on. Of course, it was not that there were no examples of sovereign emperors being killed since ancient times. However, that was a minority after all. Most of the sovereign emperors who were killed could not be regarded as sovereign emperors. No matter how powerful a sovereign emperor was, his reign time was limited. Generally, it was limited to tens of millions of years. After this limit, it was regarded as the heavens and earth had tacitly abdicated. Even if he continued to be in power, he would not be blessed by the heavens and earth. There were many things that Yi Shiwen could not understand at first. However, after he knew these things, he also understood why DNI was so vulnerable previously. He was not as powerful as the new sovereign emperor, because he relied on the fortuitous encounter of becoming an emperor to attain Tao, and this fortuitous encounter was probably set up by another powerful figure. He did not become an emperor under the heavenly Tao, so it was naturally impossible for him to have the protection of the heavens and earth, let alone being powerful. If he became an emperor with his own strength, Yi Shiwen was afraid that he would not be able to resist at that time. In the past, there was indeed some element of luck in it. However, things had been forced to that point. If he did not do this, it would not be enough to deter the heavens and earth. Yi Shiwen never regretted doing things, and there was no need to regret, especially after these years of ruling the heavens and earth. His understanding of the laws of the heavens and earth had become more and more profound. It was really enough to take that step. When he really stepped into the second realm, he would have to settle the score with the Netherworld Emperor. In these years, although Yi Qianshan was still in the divine court, she had gathered a group of remaining masters of the underworld to serve her as the Lord of the Underworld. With the support of an emperor like Yi Shiwen, the remaining masters of the underworld naturally didn't dare to disobey. The most important thing was that Yi Qianshan had indeed obtained the inheritance of the Lord of the Underworld. No matter from which aspect, she was their master. In these years, under the command of Yi Qianshan, they had fought fiercely with the underworld several times in places unknown to others. The spells of the underworld and the underworld came from the same source, and there were many similarities. The most disgusting thing about the underworld was that they could casually turn corpses into soldiers. In this aspect, the underworld was not to be outdone. This was also the reason why the underworld could survive for so many years. At this time, with the support of Yi Shiwen, the speed of development was extremely fast. In the previous war between the Heavenly Clan and the allied forces of the various races, there were countless casualties, not to mention the allied forces of the various races. Even the Heavenly Clan did not know how many people died. No one claimed them back. Now, they had all become the source of the underworld soldiers. Some powerful figures were even buried underground. After many years, when they came out again, they would become figures of the Lord of the Underworld. At that time, the underworld would truly be revived. As the new generation leader of the underworld and the underworld, Yi Qianshan and the underworld lord had fought countless times. Their cultivations were similar, and they knew each other very well. With the relationship between the underworld and the underworld, it was impossible that she did not know anything. In addition, both of them had damaged Tao tools to protect themselves. For a time, it was difficult to determine the winner after several fights. It could be said that it was hard to separate them. At this point, it was impossible to determine the winner between them. The final victory would depend on who could become an emperor first. Both of them had the support of the Emperor Lord, and their own strength could be said to be at the top of the world. Every time they fought, the sky would turn dark and the earth would collapse. It was unimaginably powerful. However, no matter how the two fought, Yi Shiwen and the Underworld Emperor did not intervene because there was no need. Moreover, most importantly, they both had the same thought: to use the other's life as a whetstone. Since ancient times, which Emperor Lord did not fight among thousands of troops, there was no one who could cultivate to this realm just by cultivating. Even the NID had to fight for his entire life. No one knew how many strong enemies he had killed before he was selected to seize the opportunity to become an emperor. Those who could succeed did not have luck. Chapter 2961. 3,000 martial arts were flying around Yi Shiwen's body. This was cultivated by him, condensed by him, and was under his command. It was also the foundation of all his martial arts. The martial emperor seal was also constantly condensed. Time passed, but it seemed that nothing had changed. Yi Shiwen just sat cross-legged and did not move. In front of him, countless great paths were formed and constantly integrated into the martial emperor seal. 100 martial arts, 500 martial arts, 1,000 martial arts, 2,000 martial arts, 3,000 martial arts. All the martial arts were completely integrated into it. Boom! Terrifying airwaves burst in the void, and bright rays of light soared into the sky in an instant. Even the emperor-level array formation that Yi Shiwen had arranged couldn't stop this ray of light from soaring into the sky. The entire heavens and myriad worlds felt this earth-shattering and terrifying power fluctuation. This is the aura of an emperor. Did someone become an emperor again? Many people felt this aura and were instantly dumbfounded. Could it be that another person became a martial emperor? This was simply too shocking. In just a short period of 20,000 years, 2 emperors had become one after another. Even in the most chaotic years of the war against the heavens, it was rare to have such a high frequency of becoming an emperor. Now he had become the 3rd imperial emperor. This frequency was simply frighteningly high. Was it really time for emperors to rule the world again? Many people began to feel a little depressed. Without emperors, they were the most powerful people in the world. However, with emperors, their status was not reduced by a little, but immediately became worthless. An emperor could kill a large group of people like them. Not everyone could be compared with Yi Shiwen, who dared to challenge an emperor in the quasi-emperor realm. Ordinary people who did this were basically courting death. Those who dared to do this were already dead. Who could it be? Countless thoughts and names flashed through the minds of the onlookers. There were too many super geniuses, and all of them seemed to have reached the final step. Including the old-timers, it was impossible to count them all. It was possible for anyone to reach the final step, but no one seemed to be showing signs of reaching the final step. No, it's not that someone became an emperor, but a Dao tool. Someone finally realized what was going on. Although this aura was similar to that of a sovereign lord, it was still different. This was the aura of a Dao artifact. Everyone sensed that it was the direction of the celestial court, and they immediately understood. Yi Shiwen should be refining his Dao tool. Calculating the time, he should also be refining his Dao tool. After all, he still didn't have his own Dao tool after he became an emperor. However, this speed is a little too fast. He has only been a martial emperor for about 10,000 years, and he is already refining a Dao tool? Everyone was slightly surprised by the speed at which Yi Shiwen had refined a Dao tool. One must know that many emperor lords had spent hundreds of thousands of years or even millions of years to refine their Dao tools as far as they knew. Just finding the divine materials for the Dao artifact would take a very long time, let alone the others. As expected, he is the most unique and powerful sovereign emperor since ancient times. Someone couldn't help but exclaim. However, as this beam of light soared into the sky, another powerful sovereign emperors might descend it upon the world. Ming-Di, it's Ming-Di. Many people were terrified. It seemed like Ming-Di was going to interfere with Yi Shiwen's refining of his own Dao tool. If that happened, it might turn into an unprecedented battle. This was the scariest thing. Humph. Yi Shiwen snorted coldly, and his voice spread throughout the universe. A shocking sword aura rushed out and directly broke through Ming-Di's might, restoring the universe to normal. Although he hadn't completely refined the martial emperor's seal, he still had other Dao tools. If they really fought, there was nothing to be afraid of. The 2 emperors' auras were confronting each other. They were separated by time and space. Everyone was afraid that they would fight. Countless lives and worlds had been destroyed in the last battle between Yi Shiwen and NID. If they fought again this time, with Yi Shiwen's current strength and Ming Di's combat power, it would be a disaster for all living beings. It might even be more terrifying. The scope of destruction would be even greater. In the sky, a terrifying calamity was forming. It was heaven's retribution. The Martial Emperor's seal was the last to be formed. If it wanted to transform into a Tao tool, it would have to go through heaven's retribution. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless thunderbolts swept down and landed on the Martial Emperor's seal. At the same time, the Martial Emperor's seal exploded with a shocking light that shot into the sky. It transformed into 3,000 martial techniques that were going to contend with the heavens and earth. His main body went up directly, wanting to use the endless thunderbolts to refine his physical body. This heaven's retribution attracted the attention of the entire universe. Although Yi Shiwen wasn't the one undergoing the heaven's retribution this time, there wasn't much of a difference. His Tao tool was basically related to another life of an Emperor Lord. Once one failed to overcome the tribulation this time, then it would undoubtedly be an extremely great setback to an imperial monarch. It would absolutely not just be a loss of materials. It would even arouse doubt towards one's own grand Tao. There was nothing more terrifying than this to an imperial monarch. Yi Shiwen sat in the depths of the divine court and didn't move. However, he could feel that Ming Di was watching him closely. It had never given up and would probably make a move at the crucial moment. However, since he dared to choose this time to refine a Tao tool, there was nothing to be afraid of. Time passed by. As the heavens' retribution progressed, the Martial Emperor's seal became more and more condensed. Baptism by the heavens' retribution was extremely beneficial for the Martial Emperor's seal after it was formed. The heavens' retribution that everyone else was afraid of was nothing to Yi Shiwen. Among the top 10 martial techniques of his 3,000 martial techniques, there was a Thunder Tao martial technique. The heavens' retribution would instead become nourishment for the Martial Emperor's seal and help it take shape. Finally, the heavens' retribution gradually came to an end. As the heavens' retribution drew closer, the Martial Emperor's seal began to gradually display the majesty of a Tao tool. It was becoming more and more tyrannical. Boom! Endless, brilliant rays of light bloomed in an instant. In that instant, the entire world was filled with endless pressure. A Tao tool had been formed. It was the supreme among all Tao tools, just like an Emperor Lord. All the magical items in the world began to tremble and hum as they bowed down. It didn't matter if they had artifact spirits or not. As long as they had the slightest bit of intelligence, they all began to kneel down. They were worshipping the new monarch of the Tao tools in the world. No one was an exception. It was time. Yi Shiwen formed a seal and sent a trace of his spirit into the Martial Emperor's seal. He was about to complete the final step of the sacrificial refining of the Tao tool. Boom! In that instant, Ming Di finally made his move. A tall figure appeared in the void. However, no one could clearly see what this figure looked like. But everyone knew that this was the only two emperors in the world, Ming Di. He was also the only existence in the world that could contend against Yi Shiwen. Finally, he made his move at this crucial moment. He could not allow Yi Shiwen to refine his Tao tool. That way, Yi Shiwen's strength would increase tremendously. "You're courting death!" Yi Shiwen shouted. The Avicii sword in his hand surged forward in an instant. It bloomed with a sword light that was thousands of feet long and directly slashed towards Ming Di's giant hand. Boom! Everything in the world rumbled. It was as if the collision between the two parties had destroyed everything. Time seemed to freeze. In that instant, everything came to a standstill. Then, in an instant, they all blossomed and exploded. The dreadful shock wave directly impacted above the divine court. It was unknown how many matrix arrays were destroyed in an instant. At this critical moment, The Emperor Lord level matrix arrays that Yi Shiwen had arranged suddenly recovered under such pressure and blocked the aftermath of this shock wave. Even so, the disciples of the divine court realm were almost crushed to death. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines as they stared at the two men on the battlefield. Yi Shiwen had already rushed into the battlefield. In the sky, the heavenly tribulation had already dispersed. However, the pressure that Yi Shiwen brought with him was much more terrifying than the heavenly tribulation. But at this moment, the moment Yi Shiwen blocked Mingdi's attack, another giant hand reached out and grabbed at the Martial Emperor's seal. It was trying to snatch the Martial Emperor's seal away. In that case, Yi Shiwen's Dao tool refinement would fail. How dare you! Yi Shiwen reacted almost instantly. His expression was incomparably furious. The time robe on his body burst with brilliant light. The laws of time danced in the sky like ribbons, locking the giant hand in place. Immediately after, Yi Shiwen turned around and slashed down with his sword. This big hand was chopped into endless lingqi on the spot. This was a wisp of divine sense which had condensed endless lingqi. Now, after Yi Shiwen had chopped off the divine sense, it completely transformed into lingqi and dissipated. After this series of dazzling changes, the spirit within the Martial Emperor's seal finally entered the Martial Emperor's seal and completely activated Yi Shiwen's Dao tool. In an instant, bursts of intense light erupted. With a strong deterrent, it suddenly expanded and smashed towards Mingdi. In an instant, it seemed to have transformed into a powerful Martial Emperor. It was invincible. Boundless martial Dao laws manifested on its body and smashed down. In the sky, Mingdi's figure was instantly smashed and turned into countless phantoms. It was instantly destroyed by the Martial Emperor's seal. This was only a spiritual energy incarnation. In the end, it was unable to stop Yi Shiwen from refining the Martial Emperor's seal. Chapter 2962. Mingdi's will manifested in the void and confronted Yi Shiwen. They were evenly matched and didn't want to back down. In the end, Mingdi retreated. With so many people watching from the sidelines, he didn't want to let them take advantage of the situation and become the fisherman. Moreover, Yi Shiwen had just become an emperor. He wasn't confident that he could kill Yi Shiwen while the heavens' will was in his hands. Heaven's will was hard to predict. But in reality, anyone who underestimated the heavens would have to pay a painful price. After Mingdi retreated, the mysterious existence also dispersed its will. It no longer spied on this part of the world. Yi Shiwen could sense this. Yi Shiwen confronted the opponent in a strong manner. In the end, he forced the opponent to retreat and maintained his supreme dignity as an Emperor Lord. This also made all the races in the universe heave a sigh of relief. In the end, they didn't fight. Otherwise, half of the universe would be shattered if a chaotic war broke out. A battle between emperors was simply too dangerous. After this battle, Yi Shiwen's power soared. In many people's eyes, the reborn emperor, Yi had finally passed the most dangerous stage of his life. He'd stabilized his foothold at his weakest and refined his own life Dao tool. This way, his strength had risen to another level. It would be even more difficult for Emperor Hades to cause trouble for him. What happened this time had far-reaching effects. As time passed, it spread throughout the universe. There wasn't a single clan that wasn't horrified and trembling. Yi Shiwen had single-handedly forced back the prying eyes of two emperor-monarch-level existences. His strength was truly terrifying. Many people felt like they were seeing another Qin emperor. Suddenly, it seemed like the Qin emperor from many years ago was also this powerful. He was so powerful that all the races in the myriad of worlds trembled under his might, prostrating themselves before him, being used by him. The human race produced two emperors during the heavenly Tao's confinement period. For a moment, their power flourished. After this, Yi Shiwen's title changed from Emperor Yi, because he didn't know what to call himself, to Martial Emperor, the Martial Emperor. Yi Shiwen no longer needed to go into closed-door training after he had finished refining the life-bound Dao tool. Instead, he had more time to spend with his family. Thousands of years passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Shiwen's martial power had become increasingly profound during these thousands of years. Many old fogies who had come to visit him had said that the martial emperor had become increasingly powerful. His martial power had become so profound that they couldn't even see the edge of it. Originally, they could more or less look up to him, but now they couldn't even look up to him. He was not far from breaking through. Over the past 1,000 years, aside from the divine court's expansion, the situation in the universe was still restless. The coaches of the various supreme prodigies were still fighting, and there was no clear winner. It seemed like they were waiting for the end of their confinement period to attempt a breakthrough in one go. Therefore, Yi Shiwen should be the only one left before the end of the confinement period. At the end of this millennium, a piece of good news came from the divine court. Yi Shiwen finally had his first direct bloodline descendant. It was a daughter, and the person who gave birth to his daughter was Donli. Unlike Yi Qianqian and Huamenghan, Donli didn't have great ambitions. After cultivating to the stage of Dao validation, her improvement in cultivation was relatively limited even with Yi Shiwen's guidance. She was ultimately an ordinary person. She didn't have great ambitions, nor did she have great talent. After more than 10,000 years, even with Yi Shiwen's guidance, she had barely cultivated to the great perfection of the Dao validation realm. However, she had done something that the other two women had failed to do. She had given birth to Yi Shiwen's first child. The daughter's mother was a god, and her father was the most powerful emperor in the world. She was extraordinary the moment she was born. Strange phenomena descended from the sky, and golden light filled the sky. The auspicious signs of the four spirits of heaven and earth faintly appeared. The azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise appeared together. It was a rare emperor bloodline and was extremely impressive. Many people guessed that with such a powerful father, the princess's future achievements would be limitless. She wouldn't be inferior to the current supreme prodigies, and she might even be better. Soon, news came from the divine court that Yi Shiwen had personally named his daughter Yi Qinyue. Her nickname was Little Crescent Moon. Little Crescent Moon had yet to appear in front of everyone, but various speculations regarding her physique were already flying around. In particular, some people swore that Little Crescent Moon had inherited Yi Shiwen's gilded tyrant form, and could crush the primordial sacred mountain the moment she was born. Some people said that wasn't the case. Combined with the various phenomena, they guessed various super physiques that had once appeared in the world. But, in any case, everyone didn't doubt Little Crescent Moon's future achievements. As the daughter of an emperor and the little princess of the divine court, there were very few people who could compare with her in terms of status since ancient times. Moreover, she was the daughter of Yi Shiwen after he had become an emperor. So, she was completely different from the ordinary emperor's bloodline before he had become an emperor. Many people even asserted that whoever could marry Little Crescent Moon would be able to save 100,000 years of hard work in the future. However, all sorts of speculations slowly subsided with the divine court's internal ban. It was really enough for gossip to spread for so many years. If not for the fact that the owner of the gossip was Yi Shiwen, who would be willing to continue gossiping. Furthermore, Little Crescent Moon had yet to mature. It was too early to discuss such matters. In a primordial sacred mountain deep in the divine court, Yi Shiwen, Yi Mo, Yi Qianqian, Huamenghan, Donli, Yi Wudi, Yang Kuan-peng, and company sat in a circle on the grass. Now that Yi Shiwen had become an emperor, there were not many who dared to sit on equal footing with him. Amidst the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers, a baby's babbling voice was mixed in. It appeared especially special, and the baby's voice naturally came from Little Crescent Moon, in Dawn's arms. Although several years had passed, Little Crescent Moon's growth was very slow. She was still like a baby. With regards to this, Yi Shiwen was in no hurry. This was because he knew very well that the more powerful a living being was, the longer their childhood growth period would be. For example, an ordinary dragon's childhood could be more than 1,000 years old. As for Little Crescent Moon, she had a godmother and an Empyrean king father. She was born different from mortals. She was born with the bloodline of a god, so the limit of a mortal's lifespan did not exist for her. It was only a matter of time before she could cultivate to the realm of Tao confirmation. The reason why Dawn wanted to hug the little fellow was because her grandparents, on both sides, treasured the little fellow. Even as a mother, it was rare for her to have a chance to hug her. The little fellow had just been born, but her seniority was already frighteningly high. Both Yi Shiwen's family clans could be said to be flourishing. After so many years, his seniority was already immeasurably high. Therefore, Little Crescent Moon was already a figure on the level of a great-grandmother the moment she was born. As for how many generations of great-grandchildren she had, it was probably unknown. Come to think of it, it's been many years since we've gathered. It's been about 10,000 years. Yi Shiwen said slowly. It's been about 10,000 years. Now it feels like 10,000 years. 10,000 years feels like a year. Yi Wudi said. Yi Shiwen, Yi Mo, and the rest were still in the divine court, so it was not difficult to meet them. Only he and young Kuan Peng were on the side of the ancient heavenly courts, so it was difficult for them to meet. Although it was not difficult for them to meet each other given their cultivation levels, everyone had their own matters to attend to. It was not easy for them to gather together. Yi Shiwen also felt a lot of emotions. Back then it was said that a day was like a day was like a year. Who knew that there would come a day that it was not a day that felt like a year, but a year that felt like a day? Year after year passed just like that, and he felt nothing. Time had come to a standstill for them. In a blink of an eye, the kid from back then is now a father. Yi Mo said with a sigh. He still vaguely remembered the first time he met Yi Shiwen. He was ruthless and a little inexperienced. Now, all that was left was steadiness and majesty. Who knew that he would have such a day in the past? Yi Shiwen could not help but look at Yi Qianshan and Huang Menghan awkwardly. Although the two of them were immersed in cultivation, Yi Shiwen and them still had no children. He could not absolve himself from the blame. However, the two of them snorted coldly and turned their faces away, completely ignoring the awkward Yi Shiwen. On the other hand, Dawn could not help but secretly laugh when she saw Yi Shiwen in such an awkward state. It was said that he was the ruler of the world and an emperor who suppressed everything. Who knew that such a figure would have such an awkward time? She felt a deep sweetness in her heart. Regardless of what others said, he was her husband and the father of her daughter. Don't talk about me. I have a home to return to. What about you? Yi Shiwen looked at Yi Wudi, who was gloating, and immediately felt a little angry that he was the one to blame. Why are you talking about me out of nowhere? I'm living a carefree life. Yi Wudi immediately said unhappily, Hee, big brother, let me tell you. Second brother isn't as carefree as he makes himself out to be. He has long taken a fancy to a fairy. Now he's secretly becoming an itinerant cultivator to pursue her. Young Kuan Peng immediately exposed Yi Wudi's past. Yi Wudi immediately chased young Kuan Peng around the mountain in anger. Instantly there was chaos. Yi Shiwen did not know whether to laugh or cry. One of them was the master of the heavenly courts, while the other was a demon master of the heavenly courts. They were important figures who wielded great power in the world. Yet they were so carefree. If word got out, they would be laughed at. However, it was extremely rare for people of their status to have such a carefree side. While everyone was present, Yi Shiwen made an announcement. He was going into seclusion again. Furthermore, the duration of his seclusion was unknown. His goal was to rush into the second realm of the ninth realm emperor. Chapter 2963. Yi Shiwen had just attained the Tao and he was already at the first realm. However, he was not in a hurry to break through to the second realm. He still had the patience. He waited for more than 10,000 years until his 3,000 martial arts were perfected and his life Tao tool was completed. Only then did he finally go into closed-door cultivation. Of course, although he said that he was going into closed-door cultivation immediately, it was not that fast. He did not know how long this closed-door cultivation would last. Yi Shiwen still had a lot of things to prepare. In particular, Ming Di and that mysterious existence might make a move. He must be prepared and prepared. The martial emperor's expression that he was going into closed-door cultivation soon spread. This time, it was unknown how many years this closed-door cultivation would last. Many powerhouses breathed a sigh of relief. With such a powerful emperor above their heads, it was like a sharp sword that made them feel suffocated at any time. Now that Yi Shiwen was going into closed-door cultivation, it was the best opportunity for many ambitious people, especially now that they needed to determine the winner so that they could take the lead on the road to becoming an emperor in the future. As for competing with Yi Shiwen, it was no longer necessary. His speed of attaining the Tao was too fast. After Divine Court announced that the martial emperor was going into closed-door cultivation for a period of time, the myriad heavens and realms seemed calm on the surface. However, there were already undercurrents surging underneath. Many people were ready to make a move, except for Divine Court, which was unafraid of the wind and rain because of the presence of an emperor. There were no changes. The other major forces were planning to take advantage of this period of time when Yi Shiwen was not around to do something. After confirming that Yi Shiwen was going into closed-door cultivation, the entire myriad heavens and realms fell into a situation of constant, small conflicts. In particular, the clashes between the peerless geniuses almost changed the color of the world. In the end, Divine Court's people with Tao tools appeared to calm down several battles to prevent countless worlds from shattering. Since Divine Court was the current ruler of the myriad heavens and realms, they naturally had responsibilities in this regard. However, such battles were just the beginning. Moreover, the Golden Era had just begun, and it was not the end. Therefore, there were more geniuses growing rapidly. After tens of thousands of years of nurturing, Divine Court also began to produce their own geniuses. It was not like before, where all the famous geniuses of Divine Court came from outside, and the natives who were nurtured had not yet matured. In these tens of thousands of years, many geniuses also appeared one after another, catching up. However, in the eyes of the crowd, it was only a matter of time before the celestial court caught up. After all, with the support of such a peerless celestial emperor, everything was only a matter of time. Another 1,000 years passed during the era of no emperor. It disappeared without a trace, like a white steed flitting across a crevice. The clashes between the various parties continued to be intense. In fact, even the Netherworld Kingdom was getting restless. They were constantly mobilizing their troops, especially on the major battlefields. Their soldiers would appear everywhere, as though they were plundering the corpses of the dead. Everyone knew exactly what their intentions were. But more often than not, the Netherworld Kingdom would react to the news, and an even more intense battle would erupt. The Underworld and the Netherworld Kingdom were two shadowy organizations that had been keeping a low profile since ancient times. But now their activities were already semi-public. At the same time, the crowd was also shocked by the strength of the two major organizations. Experts that were hard to come by in other forces were like cabbages in the Netherworld Kingdom and the Underworld. Even though the crowd knew the training methods of the two major organizations, they were still extremely shocked. This was a unique way to achieve the Tao. Some people had also become emperors because of this. Therefore, it couldn't be said that this way was wrong. In fact, everyone who became emperors had their own unique Tao. This was also necessary. And just when everyone thought that all this would continue, a terrifying aura suddenly came from the celestial court, suppressing the world. Many people quickly reacted. Who else could have such cultivation and strength in the celestial court besides Yi Shiwen? The martial emperor had come out of his closed-door training, and it seemed that his aura was much stronger than it was 1,000 years ago. Obviously, he had made some achievements in his closed-door training. Everyone understood that the gap of 1,000 years had finally passed. The following days would not be so good. Almost immediately, all parties tacitly stopped fighting. Immediately, news came from the celestial court that the martial emperor had come out of his closed-door training. Just when everyone didn't even have time to catch their breath, a decree was sent from the celestial court. The martial emperor requested all the major forces to deploy their troops to accompany him on a punitive expedition against a netherworld kingdom that had been coveting the heavens and the realms. He wanted to destroy the netherworld kingdom in one fell swoop. In an instant, thousands of layers of waves were stirred. Are the two emperors finally going to meet? Many people exclaimed in shock and fear. Yi Shiwen and Ming Di were already prepared for this. They were bound to fight sooner or later given the enmity between them. However, he hadn't expected that this day would come so soon. The martial emperor had only ascended the throne for 10,000 years. Was he going to attack a veteran emperor like Ming Di? No matter how much confidence they had in Yi Shiwen, they didn't think that Yi Shiwen's chances of winning against a famous emperor like Ming Di were high. This is going to be a shocking battle. If Ming Di dies, the netherworld kingdom will definitely fall apart. But if Yi Shiwen dies, I'm afraid the newly established celestial court will also be wiped out. Ming Di had attacked the martial emperor several times. In the eyes of others, even if the martial emperor had to swallow his anger because of his cultivation, he couldn't continue to do so. But this speed was still beyond their imagination. But who in the world would dare to disobey the decree of the martial emperor? Otherwise, the first person to be punished would be this disobedient subject. Although the other party was an emperor-emperor's inheritance and had emperor-emperor overseeing it, everyone still didn't think that he was a good person. During the war between the Allied forces and the celestial race, the netherworld kingdom didn't stand on their side. On the contrary, they were waiting for the right price and even showed signs of turning to the celestial race's side. All of this made many loyal people unhappy, but there was nothing they could do. After all, Ming Di was an emperor-emperor. He wasn't someone they could afford to provoke. But now that Yi Shiwen had personally taken action, the netherworld kingdom would perish and Ming Di would die. The martial sect, the Ji family, the Fire Cloud Cave, the 8 royal demon clans, the celestial court, the ancient Phoenix realm, the Dragon Island, and many other famous emperor-emperors' inheritances responded to Yi Shiwen's call. Under the leadership of these emperor-emperors' inheritances, the regal sects didn't dare to do nothing. They dispatched their elites and gathered at the celestial court. His decree had caused the entire world to follow suit. Some people had rushed over to respond to Yi Shiwen's decree. However, some people had been forced to mobilize their troops with great difficulty. But, in any case, it didn't affect the speed of the celestial court's mobilization. Under Yi Shiwen's decree, no one dared to disobey. For a time the army gathered. It was grand and mighty, stretching across countless worlds. It was a shocking sight, and it was impossible for the netherworld kingdom to not notice such a big movement from the celestial court. All kinds of armies were also being mobilized. The entire netherworld kingdom was very clear that if they didn't stop the allied forces this time, they would most likely face a dead end. The netherworld kingdom's strength was indeed powerful. It was even above the ordinary emperor-emperor's inheritances. But could it be compared to the heavens? This was the difference between an emperor-emperor and an emperor-emperor. An emperor-emperor who was in power had to shoulder the task of protecting the world. But at the same time, he could also mobilize the resources and power of the heavens. It wasn't something an emperor-emperor who wasn't in power could compare with. This battle was likely to completely destroy the netherworld kingdom. There was no chance of a fluke. All kinds of corpses that had been buried for countless years couldn't wait for the best time to be unearthed. They were forcibly awakened to increase their combat power in order to fight against the heavens. The armies of both sides were preparing in an orderly manner. Everyone knew that this was a battle of life and death. And the key to this battle of life and death was who would win between Yi Shiwen and the Netherworld Emperor. Other battles of life and death couldn't really decide the outcome of the battle. The army gathered in the celestial court. Under Yi Shiwen's command, they marched majestically towards the Netherworld Kingdom. And the person sitting on the throne in the middle of the army was none other than Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen, who had just come out of closed-door cultivation, looked full of energy. His strength was unfathomable and unimaginable. He was much stronger than when he was in closed-door cultivation thousands of years ago, because he had truly stepped into the second realm. After spending more than 10,000 years, he had finally taken this step. The difference between the first realm and the second realm was another extreme. It was a world of difference. It was completely unimaginable without truly stepping into this realm. Now that Yi Shiwen thought about it, he realized how powerful and terrifying a person who could reach the 9th realm of the Emperor Lord was. It was as if he could summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. It was precisely because he had stepped into the second realm of the Emperor Lord that he had absolute confidence in conquering the Netherworld Kingdom and completely eradicating this great threat. It wasn't just because of the personal grudge between Yi Shiwen and the Netherworld Emperor. It was also for the heavens and the heavens. The Netherworld Emperor was different from the Lord of Hell. The Lord of Hell wanted to establish reincarnation and let everyone live in peace. But the Netherworld Emperor wanted to place death above all living beings and shroud the heavens and 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 the heavens were shrouded in the dark clouds of death. This ideology terrified all living beings. This was also the reason why so many people fought to be the first to join the conquering army, especially those gods who had proven their Tao. It wasn't easy for them to jump out of the 3 realms and out of the 5 elements. Even the heavens couldn't take them in, but someone actually wanted to take them in on behalf of the heavens and let them die. Such people were the mortal enemies of all living beings. You can live with the sins of the heavens, but you can't live with the sins you bring upon yourself. Netherworld Emperor, are you really prepared? Yi Shiwen muttered to himself. The conquering army entered the depths of the endless void. The territory of the Netherworld Kingdom that no one had ever reached before was filled with the aura of death. This was the homeland of the dead, a paradise for the dead, and a place where all living beings could not enter. Chapter 2964. The Netherworld Kingdom had never been invaded by the army of the living. Even if they fought with the army of the Underworld Kingdom, the Underworld Kingdom had an endless army of the dead. It wasn't that there were no emperors who had designs on the Netherworld Kingdom in the past, but they were often stopped outside the Netherworld Kingdom's territory. In the past, it was only one emperor who had designs on the Netherworld Kingdom. However, there were many emperors at that time, and no emperor could mobilize such a huge force. However, Yi Shiwen could do it. He was the only emperor in power. No one in the heavens dared to disobey him. Moreover, he had just driven away the heavenly clan. He had made a monstrous contribution. It could be said that no one in the heavens could compare with his prestige. The power that he could mobilize from the celestial world was not something that others could compare to. Everyone understood that if the Netherworld Emperor was defeated this time, it was only a matter of time before the Netherworld Kingdom became history. Under the siege of the celestial world, the Netherworld Kingdom could not survive. The army's momentum was majestic. The moment they entered the Netherworld Kingdom's territory, the war had already begun. This was a war of annihilation. There was no room for compromise between the two sides, especially for the Netherworld Kingdom. Many people had a biological sense of pain. They felt that the Netherworld Kingdom was toying with the dead. No one wanted to be ordered around by these people after they died. Rumble. All kinds of explosions broke out on the Netherworld Kingdom's territory in an instant. The terrifying war machines were all activated in an instant, carrying out carpet bombing. Even though the Netherworld Kingdom's territory was not small, It could not withstand such bombardment. For a moment, all kinds of defense lines were collapsing. Yi Shiwen, who was sitting in the center of the army, slowly opened his eyes. At the same time, a cold and deep roar came from the depths of the Netherworld Kingdom. "You finally came." "Yes, I'm here." Yi Shiwen flew up and flew above the entire Netherworld Kingdom's territory in one fell swoop. Above the Netherworld Kingdom, the death energy was even more intense, so much so that it was hard to imagine how many years it had been accumulating. Even the laws of the Netherworld Kingdom had been modified, and the rules of heaven and earth had changed. The law of death was dominant, and it rejected other laws. To be able to suppress the enemies who entered the Nether Kingdom, it would already be quite good if they could use 70% to 80% of their strength. It was unclear how many powerhouses were buried in the territory of the Dark Kingdom. In fact, Yi Shiwen could feel the divine senses of many powerhouses flying across the sky. If it had been in the past, then perhaps he wouldn't have been able to deal with them even if he had gone all out. However, the situation was completely different now. He alone was enough to suppress everything in all directions. The demon monarch has also come before. He wanted to rule over the world of the living and the dead, but in the end he still failed. That ice-cold voice sounded. It was a loud shout that made the world shake violently. But it's enough, isn't it? It was precisely because of the battle between the Demon King and the Lord of the Underworld that you were able to launch a sneak attack on the Lord of the Underworld and finally gain control of the world of the dead, wasn't it? You should thank him. Yi Shiwen indifferently said. The crowd was in an uproar. They didn't expect such an expression to have happened in the distant past, and it involved 3 monarchs. This made them despise Ming-Di even more. Even though he was a powerful monarch, he didn't deserve any sympathy for doing such a thing. You faced a severely injured Lord of the Dead, and in the end you were seriously injured and fell into a deep sleep until now. No matter how you look at it, you are a loser. A mere loser wants to strut around in front of me? What a joke! Yi Shiwen continued to expose Ming-Di's past. It was obvious that he wanted to destroy Ming-Di's will without a fight. How dare you? You've only become an emperor for 10,000 years, and you're already so arrogant. You're treating other emperor lords as nothing. What will happen if you continue to grow? An emperor lord like you, who grew up in an era without an emperor, is really too arrogant. Do you really think that you're invincible and can sweep the world? Ming-Di's shout was incomparably cold. I'm not ignoring others, I'm just ignoring you. I don't know how much strength you have left after being severely injured by the underworld, Lord's great Tao. Yi Shiwen was fluttering in the sky. His black hair was fluttering in the wind, and his clothes were fluttering with a dang-dang sound. Today, I'm going to destroy your Netherworld Kingdom and rid the world of this great scourge. Yi Shiwen said coldly. Ever since he learned of the Netherworld Kingdom's philosophy, killing intent had sprouted in his heart. The balance of yin and yang in the world, the balance of life and death, was the supreme principle. Whether it was Ming-Di or the Underworld Lord, they all discovered this and found another way to establish the Netherworld Kingdom and Underworld. They were both considered to have the will of the heavens, and finally had the chance to become an emperor. But he actually had the wildest idea to bring all living beings into death. This way, he, the ruler of the endless world of the dead, was equivalent to the heavenly Tao, seeking to transcend. He wanted all living beings to die for his own selfish interests. This idea was simply too crazy. This was different from the Underworld Lord. The Underworld Lord wanted to maintain the balance of heaven and earth with his own strength and created the 6 paths of reincarnation. This was to promote the balance of yin and yang, life and death. Once he succeeded, the merits would be limitless. Therefore, he could tolerate the underworld, but not the Netherworld Kingdom. Otherwise, even if Yi Qianshan had obtained the inheritance of the underworld, it would not change his mind to destroy the underworld. Don't you dare! Emperor Ming roared. Why wouldn't I dare? Ming-Di, get out here! Yi Shiwen shouted. The chrono robe on his body began to emit intense rays of light, distorting time and taking over the Netherworld Kingdom's time. It was as if he had isolated a whole new world. Now he was leading the army of the heavens to attack the Netherworld Kingdom. He wanted to completely eliminate this great threat and get rid of him. Yi Shiwen suddenly stomped his feet, and suddenly the entire world shook violently. Not long ago, who dared to do this in the Netherworld Kingdom? Not even since ancient times. Seeing my true form, no one can survive. Everyone will fall into death. Yi Shiwen heard an ice-cold voice. He saw an unknown creature slowly walking over from the horizon. It seemed slow, but it was actually very fast. It appeared in front of Yi Shiwen in an instant. It was a creature that looked like an ancient mountain. Its entire body was wrapped in endless death energy. One could only see its huge body and hundreds of arms waving in the sky. Its eyes were blood-red like lanterns. But soon, everyone realized that within the endless chaos energy, there were some places that were faintly discernible. Blood flowed everywhere, and it was still flowing out. White bones could be seen, as if it had suffered serious injuries. But what was even more shocking was that with the physical body of an Emperor Lord, there was no injury that couldn't be healed. But Mingdi's body was full of all kinds of injuries, as if some kind of force was frantically preventing him from recovering. Dao injuries, these must be Dao injuries. The person who could leave Dao injuries on him must be the legendary Underworld Lord. Someone exclaimed. At this moment, everyone finally understood how terrifying a battle between Emperor Lords was. Such Dao injuries had lasted since ancient times and hadn't recovered. It wasn't easy to determine life and death in a battle between Emperor Lords, but once it did, it was life or death. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes and looked at the real body of Emperor Ming. This creature wasn't a powerful creature that he knew of. However, according to the records of the Underworld, although there wasn't a clear explanation, the Underworld guessed that Emperor Ming was most likely the only nether beast in the world. It was a sentient life form that was born from the nether laws of the world. It was born with great magical powers. Later on, it defied the heavens and became an emperor, achieving hegemony. According to the records of Underworld, although Ming Di had launched a sneak attack on the Underworld Lord, there was clearly a huge gap in strength. Although it succeeded in the end, it was beaten to the brink of death and almost died. At that time, not a single piece of flesh could be found on its body. That was why it buried itself in the deepest part of the Netherworld Kingdom to recover. It was just that the Underworld Lord had burned his life in a fit of rage back then. The injuries were no small matter, and even now, there was no way to heal them. Even so, the aura that Ming Di was emitting was still terrifying. Countless years ago, Ming Di was already an expert among the Emperor Lords. When he joined forces with the Underworld Lord, even the Emperor Lords of the world of the living who wanted to plot against the world of the dead were repelled by the two of them. However, just as Yi Shiwen had guessed, Ming Di's injuries were recovering at an accelerated rate. The more it recovered, the faster it would recover. At this rate, it might not even take 10,000 years for it to recover to its original state. At that time, it would be hard to say who would be the victor. Because of this, Yi Shiwen had to act. Otherwise, if Ming Di recovered to its peak, it would still be very powerful, even if it wasn't in power. Ming Di, you don't need to struggle. Even if you struggle, it's useless. Yi Shiwen said coldly. Humph, what a joke. Ming Di sneered. Then, its huge body gradually transformed into a middle-aged man in an imperial robe. His eyes were like torches as he looked at Yi Shiwen coldly. It's time to flatten the Netherworld Kingdom. Yi Shiwen took a deep breath. The radiance of the time robe on his body became even more dazzling. Even the laws of the Netherworld Kingdom couldn't affect him because he and Ming Di were on the same level. Therefore, the laws that Ming Di had set up were naturally ineffective against him. However, it was still extremely pressuring for ordinary people. They could only use 70 to 80% of their strength. This was a huge drop in combat power. Chapter 2965. This was also the reason why the Netherworld Kingdom was able to resist the covetous eyes of many. If one wanted to deal with the Netherworld Kingdom while their combat power was declining, they would have to pay a huge price. In addition, the Netherworld Kingdom was much stronger than the average Emperor's inheritance. Unless one was like Yi Shiwen and mobilized all the realms to attack the Netherworld Kingdom, the chances of success were too low. Ordinary people could not stand the extreme laws of the Netherworld Kingdom. It was precisely because of these laws that the Netherworld Kingdom was able to nurture so many powerhouses. They could not be resurrected just by burying them. Yi Shiwen, you have guts. Since ancient times, there have not been many who have such guts. However, they will all have to pay the price. Mingdi looked at Yi Shiwen coldly. His eyes were red like two scarlet gems. Humph, you are just a smelly rat hiding in the dark. How dare you act so arrogantly in front of me? Yi Shiwen's words almost made Mingdi jump in anger. Yi Shiwen's words never left the topic of his sneak attack on the Lord of Underworld. For an Emperor-level expert like him, this was a humiliation. After all, he was an expert of that level, and yet he still dared to do such a thing. It would be understandable if he was an enemy, but the Lord of Underworld and Mingdi had always been working together against the enemy. In the end, he stabbed his ally in the back. Such a person was not worthy of respect, even if he was an emperor. Yi Shiwen just stood there and looked at Mingdi. He had such confidence. It had been more than 10,000 years, and many things had changed. He was no longer the same as when he had just become an emperor and needed to take care of everything. Back then, you were lucky enough to become an emperor. Instead of being a peaceful emperor, you actually dared to come and attack the Netherworld Kingdom. Today, you will pay the price. Mingdi's hair danced in the wind as he said this. His aura was ice cold, and he was insufferably arrogant. His eyes were so cold that it seemed as if they could freeze the entire universe. A huge halberd appeared in Mingdi's hand. He brandished it, and the faint roar of a dead beast could be heard. It didn't sound like the roar of a living creature, but rather the roar of a dead creature. The first time Yi Shiwen heard such a roar was on the Demon Island, and it made his hair stand on end. Of course, he didn't need to do that with his current cultivation. Yi Shiwen just stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He took a step forward and stepped on a golden rainbow bridge that was millions of miles long. It went straight into the endless sky. The battle between the two could easily affect the troops of both sides below. At this point, there was no need for that. Mingdi was clearly of the same mind as Yi Shiwen. He held the halberd in his hand and followed Yi Shiwen directly into the endless sky. This was the extreme edge of the entire world. It was very far from the ground. Moreover, there was the barrier of the underworld. It was enough for the two of them to fight to their heart's content. A battle between Empyreans. Everyone was trembling when they saw the scene. They couldn't help but feel cold all over. Even though they had experienced this more than once, they were still worried and afraid. On the contrary, it was precisely because they had experienced it more than once that they knew how terrifying an expert of this level could be. He was simply not on the same level as their professors. Buzz! In an instant, Mingdi made the first move. He rushed forward and attacked Yi Shiwen with his halberd. There was a black dragon pattern engraved on the halberd, and it seemed to come alive at this moment as it pounced towards Yi Shiwen. This was a dragon of death. No one knew which golden dragon had been killed and refined into this halberd. Its power was simply unimaginable. Clang! The time robe appeared on Yi Shiwen's body and instantly enveloped him. Layers of 5-colored divine radiance burst forth to resist the attack of the halberd. The dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws, but it was as if it had encountered a porcupine. It had nowhere to bite and had no way to break through Yi Shiwen's defenses. This was an attack that could annihilate a group of quasi-emperors. Mingdi attacked with all his might because he knew what kind of existence this person before him was. He couldn't underestimate him. This was the second time that Yi Shiwen had fought against Ming Di. However, he had only used a wisp of his primordial spirit previously. It was a completely different concept compared to Ming Di himself. Yi Shiwen let out a long howl and punched forward. 6 paths of reincarnation. Yi Shiwen's punch suppressed the heavens and earth, forming an incomparably huge 6 paths of reincarnation that pressed down in all directions. Yi Shiwen's attack was unleashed with the dark Bodhi divine hand, and its power was multiplied by several times. It was terrifyingly powerful. At this stage, both of them had already raised their battle prowess to the extreme. There was nothing to hold back, or rather, they didn't dare to hold back. Both of them had their own weaknesses and strengths, and they were well aware of that. To Yi Shiwen, his strength was naturally his undamaged great Tao. It was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people and was at its peak. Coupled with his many Tao treasures, his strength could be multiplied by several times. However, his greatest weakness was his cultivation. He was only at the 2nd stage of the 9th stage Emperor-Monarch realm. As for Ming Di, he realized that Ming Di was at least a 4th stage Emperor-Monarch. In a normal fight, even with Yi Shiwen's various enhancements, he probably wouldn't be able to defeat Ming Di. Fortunately, Ming Di was severely injured, so he still had a chance. Yi Shiwen's punch was enough to subdue the heavens and earth, as well as all the nomological laws. However, Ming Di's reaction was even faster, and he immediately turned around and countered. Dang! After an intense collision, the void began to collapse and tremble. Ming Di's netherworld kingdom seemed to be on the verge of collapse. More blood flowed out of Ming Di's body. This attack was also a form of injury to him. Even if they were evenly matched, his injuries were his greatest weakness. However, he had never admitted defeat in his life. It was unknown how many sovereign emperors he had seen at the same time. At that time, he had no scruples and dared to go against those sovereign emperors. Now he was even more unbridled. In an instant, he attacked again. Although his vitality was somewhat lacking compared to Yi Shiwen's, his skills were more profound, and his understanding of the great Tao was even more astonishing. It was precisely because his vitality was inferior that he needed to focus his energy and resolve the problem as soon as possible. Yi Shiwen retreated a few steps. He felt the blood in his chest churning. This was the first time he had been shaken in a fight with an Emperor Realm expert. One must know that even when he had killed NID hadn't been able to pose a real threat to him. Ming Di lived up to his reputation as the ruler of the Netherworld Kingdom to be able to do this. However, Yi Shiwen quickly recovered his cultivation. After undergoing nirvana, the Phoenix regeneration technique became even more miraculous. This small injury was almost completely healed in a matter of minutes. Seeing that Ming Di was charging towards him again, Yi Shiwen rushed forward and roared, "Ming Di, it's time for you to die. Since you're already injured, why don't you die?" Humph. Ming Di didn't reply. He simply swung the halberd in his hand towards Yi Shiwen. He knew that Yi Shiwen was trying to shake his Tao heart. However, his Tao heart was already as hard as steel, and wouldn't be shaken by such words. Sovereign slash! Ming Di roared, and the halberd in his hand suddenly emitted an unimaginably intense light. The halberd light swept across the sky, piercing through the protection of Yi Shiwen's chrono robe. The chrono robe is indeed powerful, but you can't unleash the full power of the chrono robe because you aren't the Lord of Time. Ming Di's attack continued to penetrate deeper, almost piercing through Yi Shiwen's entire body. This was a terrifying and majestic power. Even an Emperor Monarch was no exception. The halberd pierced into Yi Shiwen's body inch by inch. Just as it was about to pierce through Yi Shiwen, suddenly, a long sword appeared in Yi Shiwen's hand. A sword aura that was millions of miles long formed out of thin air, and the sword slashed towards Ming Di. Bang! Yi Shiwen's attack directly struck Ming Di. Ming Di didn't have a peerless battle robe like the chrono robe. The armor on his body was instantly smashed into pieces. The full power of the Avicii sword was still very shocking. It had reached an unimaginable level. Again, Yi Shiwen raised his sword high again, and then suddenly slashed down like lightning. The speed was also extremely fast, and a shocking sword aura pierced through the sky. This sword forced Ming Di to defend himself with his halberd. He wasn't like Yi Shiwen, who had the protection of the chrono robe. Although he couldn't unleash 100% of its power, just a portion of it was enough. It was unimaginably tyrannical and powerful. He had to defend himself. This was also his greatest weakness. Bang! The halberd and the sword aura collided fiercely, and the heavens and earth split apart. Yi Shiwen, don't think that you're the only one with a Dao treasure, Ming Di said coldly. He flipped his palms and waved towards the void. A gray stream of light pierced through the sky, instantly transforming into a battle robe that flew over his body. Underworld, sacred robe. Yi Qianshan, who was standing at the front of the army, suddenly exclaimed. She immediately recognized the origin of this underworld sacred robe. This was the life Dao treasure of the Lord of Underworld. It was just that after the Lord of Underworld fell, the Underworld sacred robe had disappeared and never appeared again. Hence, it had never been passed down to her. Who would have thought that it would end up in the hands of Ming Di now? No wonder she couldn't find the whereabouts of this Underworld sacred robe, no matter how hard she searched. With the enhancement of the Underworld sacred robe, Ming Di's battle prowess had increased by a huge margin. Compared to before, it had undergone an earth-shattering change. Chapter 2966. With the Underworld holy robe, Ming Di's strength was guaranteed. His entire body was protected, and he didn't need to be as careful as before. He could fight Yi Shiwen to the death. Ming Di looked at Yi Shiwen coldly. He was indignant. Back then, Yi Shiwen was just an ant in his eyes. He was nothing more than a nobody. However, in just a short period of time, that insignificant ant from back then had already gained the strength to suppress him. This was the consequence of indulgence. If one didn't remove the roots, they would grow again. Since he had already missed the best opportunity to kill Yi Shiwen, it wasn't too late to kill him now. Yi Shiwen, this is the end. Don't you cherish your hard-earned throne? Ming Di looked at Yi Shiwen coldly, his eyes flashing. Die! Ming Di roared. He charged forward almost instantly. He was also a peerless warrior. Ming Di's Dao and the heavenly Dao were one. His entire being seemed to have melded with the heavenly Dao. He borrowed the boundless might of the heavenly Dao and was unimaginably tyrannical and powerful. This was an astonishing, secret technique. Just one move was enough to tear the sky apart and transform the galaxy into love. It was incomparably terrifying. This was the technique of a fourth realm Emperor Lord. It was ridiculously powerful. Even Yi Shiwen, who was only a second realm Emperor Lord, felt an astonishing amount of pressure. If he wasn't seriously injured, Yi Shiwen's current strength would probably not be a match for the fourth realm Emperor Lord. But there were no ifs in this world. After all, if Yi Shiwen was given some time, it would only be a matter of time before he reached the fourth realm. He wasn't discouraged. 6 Das, suppressing samsara. Yi Shiwen roared. He had also become extremely dangerous. The time magic robe on his body erupted with dazzling rays of light. Countless power of time covered his body, making him look incomparably mystical. At the same time, he had also become extremely dangerous. Yi Shiwen's punch was unarmed, but with the protection of the dark Bodhi divine hand, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage even if he were to clash with a Dao treasure. Boom! This strike directly caused the sky to explode. Endless divine light splashed out, and the divine marks of heaven and earth also began to dim. Even the laws began to gradually disappear and melt. All kinds of laws danced in the air, and golden light shone brilliantly. The heaven and earth seemed to have transformed into an incomparably huge divine treasury. This attack was completely different from before. Ming-Di was no longer at a disadvantage. With the protection of the underworld Tao Saint Robe, he did not need to split his attention on defense. He could fight with all his strength and explode forth with all his might. Yi Shiwen's attack landed on the underworld Tao Sage Robe and was completely absorbed. It was impossible to injure Ming-Di, who was still inside the underworld Tao Sage Robe. Yi Shiwen, hand over your life! Ming-Di roared. After missing his first attack, he launched another counterattack. Yi Shiwen didn't want to be outdone. He stretched out his arms and used the 6 paths of reincarnation fist in his left hand and the overturning sky seal in his right hand. These 2 shocking martial arts burst out with unimaginable power in his hands. It was simply not something that ordinary people could imagine. Right now, Yi Shiwen was very strong. He was very good at shooting. These martial arts were no longer the same in his hands. He had completely restored the glory and power that he had in the past. This was the power of an emperor. He could easily use all the martial arts at his fingertips. The blazing light exploded as the 2 sides collided. The sky shattered once again, and the primal chaos poured out, forming an ocean of primal chaos. The scattered chaos continued to fall, and it was unknown how many people were injured. Both sides, who were still fighting fiercely, trembled with fear. A battle between emperors. This is the true horror. This was especially so for those supreme geniuses. They were way too arrogant, and even felt that even if they weren't comparable to monarchs, they shouldn't be too far off. After all, monarchs were existences of a higher level, and they were merely separated by a single level. However, they had never imagined that a single level of separation would cause such a huge disparity. This was something that no one had ever imagined. The aftermath of the battle between the 2 could really crush them to death. Emperor. We must become emperors. A real man should be like this. After experiencing the initial shock, these supreme geniuses didn't feel fear. On the contrary, a strong feeling of unwillingness to admit defeat rose in them. Yi Shiwen had only become emperors a little earlier than them. What's so great about that? If they were given a few more years, especially after the confinement period was broken, they would have the possibility of becoming emperors. At that time, it would be possible for them to catch up with Yi Shiwen. On the battlefield, Yi Qianqian held the devil's giant ship and swept all the way. No one could stop her. However, she didn't care about these ordinary people. She was looking for the underworld lord. Over the years, they had fought more than once or twice. She could take advantage of this opportunity to kill him in one fell swoop. In the entire Netherworld kingdom, besides the Netherworld Emperor, the Underworld Lord was the biggest threat. He had the hope of becoming emperors in the future. This in itself was a threat. However, she was only one of the arrowheads. Under the leadership of the various supreme geniuses, the allied forces of the various races split up and directly killed their way into the Netherworld kingdom. Many of the Netherworld kingdom's forces immediately collapsed. Although the Netherworld kingdom was indeed very strong, they couldn't withstand the combined forces of the various realms. As the blood of both sides flowed like rivers and corpses piled up like mountains, far away in the distant sky, the battle between Yi Shiwen and the Netherworld Emperor had also reached its climax. It wasn't clear whether they had fought thousands or tens of thousands of times. Every time they exchanged blows, the blood of both sides would surge. However, slowly Yi Shiwen, whose blood was terrifyingly vigorous, slowly gained the upper hand. Even so, the Netherworld Emperor didn't panic, even though Yi Shiwen was slowly gaining the upper hand. This was because it was normal for a battle between emperors to take a long time. Many times, victory or defeat could be decided in an instant. If they were to cross swords at this time, then they would definitely suffer a great loss. Do you think it's possible to protect yourself without going all out? Yi Shiwen finally spoke. He had already gained the upper hand in this battle. He could tell at a glance that the Netherworld Emperor was conserving his strength. It wasn't because he looked down on Yi Shiwen, but because he still had to suppress his internal injuries. If he went all out, the outcome would be completely unimaginable. A cold smile appeared on Yi Shiwen's face. The Netherworld Emperor was currently in a dilemma. If he didn't go all out, then he would slowly be worn down by Yi Shiwen. If he went all out and didn't suppress his internal injuries, then he would die even faster and collapse on the spot. And the one who had forced him to this point was naturally Yi Shiwen. You don't have to worry about that. Netherworld Emperor's unhurried face revealed a hint of anger. Just as Yi Shiwen had predicted, he had been forced into a dead end. This was also why he had tolerated Yi Shiwen time and time again. Even though he had attacked, he had always retreated thousands of miles if his attack failed. He hadn't fought to the death with Yi Shiwen. The injuries he had sustained since a long time ago had yet to heal. If he went all out, he might die. Because of this, he felt that it wasn't worth it to fight to the death with Yi Shiwen. If he died, then whose fault would it be? But now, Yi Shiwen had already forced his way into his Netherworld kingdom. He had nowhere to retreat and could only fight to the death with Yi Shiwen. Even though he said this, he wasn't careless at all. He brandished his halberd repeatedly, and countless dragon roars tore through the sky. He used all kinds of extreme techniques. His fighting techniques weren't inferior to Yi Shiwen's, especially since his cultivation was stronger than Yi Shiwen's. There wasn't much knowledge that could be used to suppress Yi Shiwen. Netherworld Emperor's body also released a lot of death energy. These energy had been condensed in his Netherworld kingdom for countless years. It was very empty. Even an Emperor Lord would be contaminated and corroded by just a little bit of it. This was his home ground. Naturally, he had an advantage that others couldn't compare to. Emperor Lords were too difficult to kill. Even if they were seriously injured, they still had their own tricks up their sleeves. They weren't people that outsiders could bully. Fortunately, Yi Shiwen was wearing the time robe. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to take it head-on even with his gilded tyrant form. He would be fine for a while, but if he was continuously corroded, even he would be affected. In this kingdom of death, I am the true ruler. No one can defeat me here. Netherworld Emperor roared and increased his strength. He fought Yi Shiwen tit for tat, not willing to show any weakness. Blood was still flowing out of his body. Without the suppression of his Dharma power and cultivation, the Tao injuries were starting to act up. In such an intense battle, the backlash from every collision was a huge problem. To Yi Shiwen, it was just his qi and blood surging. As long as he suppressed it, he could still suppress it. But to Netherworld Emperor, it was really about to bleed. Again. After the collision, Yi Shiwen roared and launched a counterattack. Without waiting for Netherworld Emperor to attack, a long sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Netherworld Emperor. Bam! The power of this attack exceeded the limits of Netherworld Emperor's endurance. It sent him flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was instantly sent flying. You see, your strength is declining, and my strength is still improving every moment. After breaking through the bottleneck of the second realm, for me, it will be a period of rapid development. And you, this is no longer your era. Why don't you quickly surrender? Yi Shiwen shouted. A trace of confusion and uncertainty appeared in Mingdi's eyes as he listened to Yi Shiwen's roar. Chapter 2967. As an Emperor Lord, Mingdi's mental fortitude was unfathomable. It wasn't something that ordinary people could compare to. It was almost impossible for him to be shaken or confused. But now, his spirit was shaken by Yi Shiwen's loud shout. This in itself was already incredible enough. This also proved that Mingdi wasn't as nonchalant as he appeared on the surface. Yi Shiwen's aggressive attack had a huge psychological impact on him. Even if it was just a trace, it was enough. Of course, Yi Shiwen had broken through to the second realm in such a short period of time. This was also a huge deterrent to Mingdi. Back then, he had spent dozens of times more time to break through to the second realm than Yi Shiwen. Not to mention that his strength at the second realm was far inferior to Yi Shiwen's. This was a huge blow to a powerhouse like him. After all, they were all sovereign emperors, who would admit defeat. In the same cultivation realm, who was weaker than the other, they would not easily admit defeat. Although he couldn't return to the second realm to compete with Yi Shiwen, he could deceive others, but he couldn't deceive himself. This was the real reason why his Tao heart was shaken. He wasn't the strongest. This was the problem. Emperor lords were the strongest. No one would admit that they were inferior to others in the same realm. This is my chance. Yi Shiwen instantly grasped this opportunity. This was the main reason why he said those words. He wanted to end the battle quickly and kill Ming-Di. Otherwise, even if Yi Shiwen had the confidence to kill Ming-Di, he wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. Moreover, Ming-Di wasn't the only threat in this world. That mysterious existence really made Yi Shiwen uneasy. Normally, he wouldn't be afraid, but when fighting other emperor lords, he had to take this unstable factor into consideration. He couldn't ignore it. Yi Shiwen attacked mercilessly. The Avicii sword slashed out, bursting with terrifying power. Everything happened in an instant. Boom! Heaven and earth seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Time reversed and space collapsed. The two major elements that made up the universe had collapsed. There was no possibility of the universe existing anymore. Everything turned into chaos and blasted out. This was the might of Yi Shiwen's all-out attack. Ordinary people simply didn't have such formidable strength. They couldn't even imagine it. This strike had penetrated more than half of the Underworld Kingdom. If it wasn't for the fact that the Underworld Kingdom was a special place, this punch would have been enough to destroy an entire world. When Yi Shiwen and DNI were fighting before, he didn't know how many of them were severely injured or destroyed. This attack had taken advantage of Ming-Di's weakness. It was only for a split second, but it was enough for Yi Shiwen. Ming-Di's expression changed. He regained his composure, but it was too late. Yi Shiwen's attack was already upon him. He hadn't expected Yi Shiwen to be so decisive. A battle between sovereign emperors would only last for an instant. Boom! Yi Shiwen's sword fell on the underworld Dao Sage robe in an instant. An astonishing space-time annihilation appeared, and everything disappeared without a trace. Pooh! Ming-Di spat out a mouthful of blood as his entire body was sent flying. Ming-Di roared, but there was nothing he could do. Yi Shiwen's sword was too strong. Although it hadn't cut through the underworld Dao Sage robe, the terrifying force of the collision had worsened his injuries. There seemed to be many wounds on his body, and blood splattered everywhere, turning into a bloody mist. If one was caught in an instant, one would be severely injured. This was the terror of a battle between sovereign emperors. On the other side of Yi Shiwen, the sky-flipping seal came crashing down, smashing everything in front of him into pieces. It chased after Ming-Di and smashed him viciously. Pum! Ming-Di was sent flying once again. His body tore a huge rift in the cosmos. Seal! Yi Shiwen shouted. Countless nomological laws froze at his command. The seal nomological laws sealed off the surrounding space. Ming-Di tried to take advantage of this opportunity to escape, but he was also sealed. Yi Shiwen let out a long howl and charged forward once again. His attacks were completely berserk. The series of attacks just now had severely injured Ming-Di and aggravated his injuries. However, it wasn't enough to kill him in one go. It was too difficult to truly kill a sovereign emperor. It wasn't something that could be accomplished with one strike. It would take many strikes. But Ming-Di had reconstructed himself and torn apart Yi Shiwen's seal. Yi Shiwen was a sovereign emperor and could command the nomological laws. Ming-Di was also a sovereign emperor and naturally could do the same. It wasn't surprising. Ming-Di stared at his battered body as he retreated. He waved his halberd to block Yi Shiwen's next attack and tried to recover some of his cultivation. However, he suddenly realized that it was useless. Yi Shiwen's berserk attacks had completely destroyed the balance in his body. He could no longer suppress the Tao injuries in his body. The injuries caused by the Lord of the Underworld all those years ago had finally begun to take his life. Ming Di's lips curled into a self-deprecating smile. In the end, it's still you who will take my life? My old friend. No, who do you think I am? I will never submit to anyone. No one can take my life. Ming Di roared. His eyes were bloodshot, and he glared at Yi Shiwen like a wounded beast. Yi Shiwen, you will regret forcing me to this extent. No one can force me to this extent without paying a price. And that price is your life. You can try. Yi Shiwen's expression was still cold. However, he stopped his berserk attacks. He knew that his plan had succeeded. He had affected the Tao injuries in Ming Di's body. All that was left was to watch Ming Di self-combust and die from his own injuries. The only thing he had to be careful of was Ming Di's counterattack. It could be said that the Lord of Underworld had perished many years ago. However, his actions were still influencing the current world. Therefore, it was possible for Yi Shiwen to kill Underworld Emperor. 10 moves. Yi Shiwen, I can finish you off in 10 moves. If I can't finish you off, I will kill myself. Ming Di roared. After 10 moves? Can you still hold on until then? Yi Shiwen could see Ming Di's final frenzy and the weakness in his bones. Yes, 10 moves. I won't be able to hold on until then. Ming Di could feel the speed at which his internal injuries were worsening. It was terrifying. Countless years had passed. Ever since he had proven his Tao, his life had never been threatened. Ever since he became an emperor, no one had been able to threaten him. He was an emperor who could threaten an emperor. At this moment, he felt that death, which he had chased away, was approaching him once again. Even an emperor could not escape the fate of death. Only by mastering fate could one transcend. He couldn't help but think of the legend that had been passed down among the emperors. His pursuits were nothing in the face of fate. They were meaningless. Perhaps in that instant he regretted his actions. Perhaps he shouldn't have been driven by greed to launch a sneak attack on the master of the underworld. But he was an emperor after all. Even though he was afraid of dying, he had had enough of living for so many years. At this moment, the Netherworld Emperor, who had been trying to prolong his existence, was gone. The invincible great emperor who had once called the wind and summoned the rain, who had fought with many rulers of the world of the living, had returned. In an instant, his lofty ambitions were awakened. Even if he was going to die, he wanted to die a glorious death. Besides, I might not die. Yi Shiwen, your plan is too good. Ming Di roared. Things in this world aren't as perfect as you think. Do you think I haven't thought of this? You want to kill me within 10 moves and then swallow my sovereign source. Not only will you be able to recover from your injuries, but you'll also be able to reach a higher level. I've heard of this secret technique. Yi Shiwen didn't panic. All of this was within his plans. There were no secrets between him and Yi Qianshan. He had learned a lot of information about the Underworld Master's inheritance from Yi Qianshan, including the secret technique that Ming Di had obtained in his early years. Although it was an incomplete secret technique that had severe side effects and could even affect their Tao foundations, it was still an extremely powerful and strange secret technique. As for where Ming Di had obtained this secret technique, it was not mentioned in the inheritance of the Lord of the Underworld. However, ever since it had obtained this secret technique, Ming Di had been like a madman, constantly lobbying the Lord of the Underworld to join forces with it to deal with the rulers outside. If it could kill 1 or 2 rulers and devour their essence, it would be equivalent to countless years of cultivation. It would save them countless years of time. But the Underworld Master wasn't crazy. Naturally, he wouldn't agree to this idea. There were only 2 of them at most. There were so many emperors outside. If they were discovered, they would face the crazy revenge of the emperors outside. They wouldn't even know how they died. Regarding this issue, even the celestial race and the allied forces of the various races would join forces to eliminate them. After all, no one wanted to become food in the eyes of others. Not to mention the emperors, who were the strongest and noblest existences in the world, couldn't bear it. But the underworld master hadn't expected that the crazy Ming-Di would actually target him. Even though the underworld master had self-immolated before he died and didn't leave any for Ming-Di, it was still a reminder to Yi Shiwen. This was already within Yi Shiwen's calculations. I didn't expect you to have heard of the heaven patching technique, but it's useless. Even if you knew, you would still die. Chapter 2968. I didn't expect you to have heard of the heaven patching technique, but it's useless. You'll still die even if you know about it. Ming-Di roared and chanted an ancient and cryptic incantation, forcibly suppressing his injuries. But he only had 10 moves left. This was his limit. If he couldn't kill Yi Shiwen within this time frame, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that time, he would truly fall. Obscure laws began to appear around his body. His entire forehead and upper dantian were glowing, and his yuan shen and body were tightly fusing together. And at this moment, Yi Shiwen made another decisive move. His blood energy surged like raging waves, completely igniting the starry sky. He alone was like the entire universe. Yi Shiwen was like a ferocious beast as he charged forward, smashing everything in his path. He soared up into the sky and attacked Ming-Di. At this moment, Yi Shiwen's secret techniques were stimulated to the extreme. There wasn't a single part of his body that wasn't a secret technique. All kinds of secret techniques were completely integrated into his body at this moment to form a fatal blow. Boom! There was a violent collision. The terrifying sound shook the entire world. The Avicii sword and the halberd shook violently. Yi Shiwen's time robe and Ming-Di's underworld sacred robe were both shaking violently. Sparks flew everywhere. These weren't ordinary sparks. They were the laws of the great Tao on both of their bodies. At this moment, they had completely fused together and burst forth. Both of their Taos were devouring each other at this moment. It was another fierce collision. Ming-Di took a few steps back and coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. He wasn't in peak condition after all. He was still injured. In addition, he had used all his strength to fight Yi Shiwen and didn't have any strength to suppress his injuries. Hence, he suffered a huge loss in one blow. His old injuries relapsed. Fresh blood turned into a bloody mist. It was a ghastly sight in the starry sky. Boom! Yi Shiwen was instantly blasted away. One could well imagine the power of a fourth realm expert's all-out attack. The barrier of the power of time around Yi Shiwen's chrono robe collapsed in an instant, and all the power poured into Yi Shiwen's body in one breath. That dreadful power didn't manage to break the chrono magic robe in the end. However, the power of the vibrations was already dreadful enough. Yi Shiwen's blood and energy were violently surging within his body, and he could see stars in front of his eyes. The strength of a veteran fourth realm cultivator was indeed powerful enough. He was right not to rashly charge into the netherworld kingdom 10,000 years ago. At that time, he was only at the peak of the first realm. Even if he had the protection of the robe of time, he could only suffer a great loss and escape when there was a huge difference in power between them. When a person was forced into a desperate situation, they would erupt with unimaginable potential, let alone a sovereign emperor. This collision had evaporated a large amount of blood essence from Yi Shiwen's body. It could be said that no one gained the upper hand in this attack, and both sides were injured. When that happened, neither side would give up just like that. This was also Ming-Di's only chance to defeat Yi Shiwen. If he were in his original state, he would be slowly ground to death by Yi Shiwen. But for Yi Shiwen, as long as he could withstand 10 moves, Ming-Di would collapse without a fight. This unparalleled battle was finally coming to an end, and he would also be able to get rid of a potential threat. Blood was still flowing. Ming Di gritted his teeth and crushed the bloodstains in his mouth. He was still activating his secret technique, and his battle strength continued to rise. The halberd in his hand continued to attack Yi Shiwen without pause. Yi Shiwen could afford to wait, but Ming Di couldn't. Severely injure him. I must severely injure him. Only then can I kill him. Ming Di only had this thought in his mind. This was the only way for him to successfully devour Yi Shiwen's sovereign emperor source. Otherwise, it would be impossible to achieve. All right, come again. Yi Shiwen roared. Countless energies in the surroundings were absorbed into his body, whether it was spirit energy or death energy. There was no difference between all energies for him. He could use all of them. The only difference was the efficiency of utilization. Therefore, an Emperor Realm expert could survive in the primal chaos. Yi Shiwen roared. As he absorbed a large amount of energy, Yi Shiwen's internal injuries were almost healed in an instant. He waved the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, and the heavens and earth rumbled. The sun, moon, and stars were resonating, radiating brilliance. All the living beings in the world seemed to have borrowed his strength in an instant, and he punched out. Behind the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, billions of living beings appeared in an instant, and they all rushed towards Ming Di. At this stage, Yi Shiwen was able to utilize the fist intent that he didn't have before, and he was able to comprehend his own domain. Ming Di, no matter what tricks you have up your sleeves, you won't escape death today. Yi Shiwen roared as he pounced forward. With the 6 paths of reincarnation fist as a precursor, a fist that seemed to be able to shatter the entire universe swept out, and it slammed towards Ming Di. Boom! This attack was even more terrifying than the previous one. Both parties had unleashed even more power, and everything came to a standstill in that instant. It was as if time had stopped, but the standstill was only for a moment. Following that, the crowd saw 2 balls of horrifying explosion light spreading in all directions, engulfing the 2 of them. It directly destroyed half of the Netherworld realm. Uft, uft, uft. Even though they were separated by a great distance, the aftermath of the explosion was still too terrifying. Even though they weren't directly affected, just the terrifying pressure alone was enough to cause the weaker members of the 2 armies to spit out a mouthful of blood, and they were instantly severely injured. Even some of the quasi-emperor powerhouses were affected. They only felt their vision go black, and then an endless amount of energy swept towards them. In an instant, the entire battlefield began to hurriedly put up protective barriers, resurrection formations, and use them to withstand the aftermath of the battle between the 2. No one had expected that things would turn out like this. They had resurrected their formations to kill their opponents, but now they had to consider how to protect themselves. The 2 armies stopped fighting at almost the same time, because they realized that in a battle of this magnitude, whether they wanted to admit it or not, they had to admit that they couldn't control the outcome of the battle. If they were to fight to the death at this point, they might as well wait for the outcome of the battle to be decided before making a decision. Moreover, it wouldn't take long. The battle between Yi Shiwen and Ming Di had been witnessed by everyone, and their conversation had naturally been heard. 10 moves to decide the outcome. In the blink of an eye, 2 moves had already been exchanged. The 2 emperors had already staked their lives. This was going to be a battle that would dazzle for countless years to come. Once the outcome of the battle between the 2 emperors was decided, everything would be decided. Would the allied forces of the various heavens and realms be able to annihilate the Netherworld Kingdom? Or would the Netherworld Kingdom be able to flip the table and turn the tables? Everyone's eyes were fixated on the 2 people fighting in the sky. At this point, the 2 sides had already exchanged several moves. The battle was intense, and each exchange was more terrifying than the last. The entire sky was boiling, and the ordinary creatures of the Netherworld Kingdom who weren't protected were already screaming in pain as they were blasted into pieces by the waves of attacks. Soon, the two sides had exchanged 7 moves. At this point, both sides could be said to have given it their all. Ming Di's underworld, Dao Saint Robe, was also soaked in blood. It wasn't someone else's blood, but his own. The golden color was extremely dazzling under the radiance. His breathing was incomparably heavy, as if he would collapse at any moment. The injuries on his body were getting more and more severe, and they were increasing at an alarming rate. The longer the fight went on, the more severe his injuries became, until they were so severe that they could take his life. This was an exponential increase. Yi Shiwen wasn't much better off either. The time robe on his body had already lost its luster. In these few moves, it had suffered unimaginable damage. If it was an ordinary divine tool, it wouldn't even be able to withstand a single move. It would have been completely destroyed, but the time robe had withstood the attacks. Even so, Yi Shiwen's skin had cracked. His entire body was like porcelain, densely packed with cracks. At this point in the battle, Yi Shiwen had given it his all. Even his Phoenix regeneration technique couldn't keep up with this rate of consumption. Although they had exchanged 7 moves, everything had actually happened in a very short period of time. It was so fast that even the Phoenix regeneration technique couldn't keep up. Right now, Yi Shiwen was fighting Ming Di with all his might. He was at his peak, and Ming Di's injuries couldn't be healed. This was his greatest advantage. Ha ha ha, 7 moves have passed. Ming Di, you're only SOSO. Yi Shiwen laughed heartily. He extended his arms and pounced on Ming Di again. All the pressure on him didn't seem to exist at all. Ming Di looked at Yi Shiwen coldly. Perhaps this was the only place on his body that wasn't bleeding from his injuries. At this point, he had completely let go of life and death. At this point, there was no point in clinging to life and death. As long as he could kill Yi Shiwen, he would survive. If he couldn't kill Yi Shiwen, he would die. His life and death weren't up to him. It was up to Yi Shiwen. It had been a long time since he had encountered a situation where he couldn't even control his own life and death. Looks like I can't wait for 10 moves. 1 move. I'll finish you off in 1 move. Ming Di had already gone mad. Every move he made was depleting his own life. He was waiting for death. This feeling had worn down his patience to its limits. 1 move. Whether he lived or died would be decided in this 1 move. At this moment, heaven and earth seemed to have been flipped over. The nomological laws were fluctuating violently like the waters of a lake. This 1 move had shocked the heavens and earth. Chapter 2969. Countless nomological laws rained down, destroying everything in their path. Yi Shiwen's vision was obstructed by this endless rain of nomological laws. He couldn't even see Ming Di's movements, but he knew that this was the most critical moment. He let out a long roar, and the time divine kingdom spread out. His 10,000 years of planning was completely destroyed at this moment. The enlightening mind ancient tree appeared behind Yi Shiwen. All sorts of nomological martial arts hung from it like fruits. Yi Shiwen also fully displayed his great Dao. Boom! A terrifying attack broke through the sky curtain and arrived in front of Yi Shiwen in the blink of an eye when everything was submerged in the heavy rain. Bang! It was an earth-shattering collision. The terrifying power shattered everything in an instant. No one could imagine how terrifying this attack was. It was like the creation of a new era. The heavens and earth were split apart, and the earth, fire, water, and wind were reforged. Everything was turned back into chaos, and the heavens and earth were split apart. Puff! Yi Shiwen was completely drowned by this attack. He didn't even have time to dodge because the surrounding space had been completely sealed. As if he had been struck by lightning, this attack severely injured him. He spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the strongest attack Ming Di could unleash after burning his blood essence. He could even hear the sound of the time robe's defenses collapsing. Rumble! He forcibly withstood this fatal blow. The power on his body felt like it was going to tear apart all his flesh and blood. This power was too terrifying. Yi Shiwen didn't know how much time had passed before the attack finally dissipated completely. His flesh and blood began to regenerate. His face was a little pale. Mingdi's attack was indeed terrifying. Even though he had made ample preparations, he was still severely injured. The nomological laws around him had turned into a rain of light. These nomological laws also turned into a rain of light in an instant. In front of him, Mingdi seemed to have recovered. He sat cross-legged in front of him, his expression extremely calm. But Yi Shiwen could feel that his life force was rapidly draining away. He didn't have much time left. Yi Shiwen's injuries were almost healed within a few breaths. However, he had fought against a fourth realm sovereign emperor and had injured his foundation. He needed to go back and recuperate for a period of time before he could fully recover. Yi Shiwen slowly walked in front of Mingdi and looked at the man who used to be his greatest opponent. He used to be a thorn in his side. In the end, you still won. Emperor Ming spoke slowly. His voice was much calmer now, no longer filled with endless hostility. Perhaps you are right. This is your era. Mingdi raised his eyelids and looked at Yi Shiwen. Scenes of his life flashed before his eyes. Everything froze on the day he ambushed the Lord of Hell. From that day onward, everything began to change. No, perhaps he had already changed before that. From the moment he obtained the heaven-mending art, his heart was filled with evil thoughts. When he began to be unable to control the evil thoughts in his heart, everything had already been decided. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Do you still remember? I've said it before. One day, I will flatten the Netherworld Kingdom. Yi Shiwen said lightly as he sat down. This was a sign of respect for this former opponent. Perhaps he wasn't worthy of respect, but the respect he showed to other sovereign emperors was a form of respect for himself. Back then, I only treated it as the ignorant and arrogant words of an ant. Who would have thought that in just a short span of 10,000 years, it would all become a reality? Mingdi sighed. He had been tense his entire life. Perhaps it was only at this moment that he could finally relax a little. If I said that all of this was within my expectations, would you believe me? Yi Shiwen said slowly. Mingdi looked at Yi Shiwen. Although he didn't say anything, it was clear that he didn't believe him. Sovereign emperors claimed to be omniscient and omnipotent, but in reality, they all knew what was going on. It was impossible for them to truly be omniscient and omnipotent. Even if they wanted to predict the future, they could only predict some minor things. It was impossible for them to see everything. Yi Shiwen smiled faintly. Perhaps many people wouldn't believe this. If he was in Mingdi's shoes, he might not believe it either. However, what he said was the truth. This was because he had already prepared himself. Either he would be killed by DNI before he became a sovereign, or he would kill DNI and flatten the Netherworld Kingdom after he became a sovereign. There were only these two possibilities. That was why he said that all of this was within his expectations. In fact, before he went to battle, he had already simulated it countless times. He had considered all of the possibilities, and this was one of them. Ordinary people definitely wouldn't be able to do this. However, Yi Shiwen was like a supercomputer right now. He had memorized everything in his mind. The world is unpredictable. Even sovereign emperors can't say that they can understand everything. I didn't expect this to be my fate either. Mingdi said, faintly, when he was on the brink of death, he had come to terms with it. All of his struggles were futile. All of this has already been decided. Yi Shiwen said, if Mingdi hadn't ambushed the Lord of Underworld, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Although fate seemed unpredictable, it had already been decided. Yes, perhaps it has already been decided from the start. Mingdi sighed. Emperor Hades' body began to turn transparent as the nomological laws around him began to dissipate. Golden rain began to fall from the sky, as if weeping for the passing of an emperor. Emperor Qin, I'll tell you one last thing. Be careful of that person. I don't need to say it. You should know who I'm talking about. Ming Di said, faintly, "When a man is about to die, his words are kind. When a bird is about to die, its cry is sorrowful." The reason why I was able to obtain the heaven patching art back then was because of him. I've always suspected that he has been watching this world from behind the scenes all these years. He wants to control the course of this world. Although I don't want to admit it, perhaps I've really fallen into his trap. I've become his pawn. I hope you can escape from this fate. As soon as Ming Di's voice fell, his entire body turned into a ball of light and disappeared without a trace. Yi Shiwen was silent. He didn't say anything. However, his heart was on full alert. What kind of person was Ming Di to think that he had been schemed against and used? It seemed like the strength of the person behind him was far beyond everyone's imagination. He was extraordinarily powerful and powerful. These were all major problems that he would have to face in the future. Chapter 2970. The fall of Ming Di caused a huge uproar in the entire Netherworld Kingdom. The Netherworld Kingdom was a kingdom created by Ming Di and was connected to him everywhere. Following his fall, many parts of the Netherworld Kingdom began to collapse. Without the restraints of the laws of the underworld, these forcefully condensed worlds were like landslides and tsunamis. However, such a collapse only lasted for a short period of time because Yi Shiwen stabilized the world and protected the world's origin core. So, the world naturally couldn't continue to collapse. His Majesty has died. His Majesty has fallen. Oh my God! The experts of the Netherworld Kingdom were all scared silly. For countless years, Ming Di had been both benevolent and menacing. It was like a shadow that was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. It could be said that no matter how strong an expert was, they all had to submit under the pressure of Ming Di. An emperor was an emperor after all, and a quasi-emperor was just a quasi-emperor. The relationship between the emperor and his subjects had long been established, and the difference in strength between them was like heaven and earth. Even though Ming Di was recuperating from serious injuries, his strength was still not something these quasi-emperors could fathom. Therefore, in their hearts, Ming Di was like a god. In the end, such a person had died, and in front of them at that, such a blow was like the collapse of the heavens and the earth. It was incomparably terrifying. Even though they were fighting against another emperor, they had already prepared for the worst. After all, Ming Di was an incomparably powerful emperor. There was no need to mention how powerful he was. However, they still found it hard to accept. Soon, they calmed down and fought to the death. They knew very well that they would be annihilated in this battle. Since they were going to die anyway, why not fight to the death? Almost all of them had died once. At this point, there was nothing to be afraid of. In a moment, battle cries rang out everywhere. As for the allied forces of the various races, their morale was greatly boosted. Yi Shiwen had killed Ming Di. They could only win this battle. For them, the benefits were obvious, especially since Yi Shiwen had taken notice of them. A reigning great sage would have a limitless future. Moreover, Yi Shiwen wasn't biased. He didn't let the Divine Court's army hide in a safe place. On the contrary, the Divine Court's army was led by Yi Mo and Yi Qianqian. They were rushing to the front line. So, they couldn't say anything about this. For a moment, one side was determined to die, while the other side's morale was high. They immediately began to fight crazily, giving it their all. Yi Shiwen didn't care about these things. The underworld, Dao Saint Robe, and Ming Di's dark dragon halberd were in his hands. They were struggling in his hands. Ming Di had fallen, but his spirit was still trying to escape from Yi Shiwen's hands. What kind of skill did Yi Shiwen have now? In the absence of a master, Yi Shiwen could easily wipe out the primordial spirits of these two great Dao tools with just a casual swipe. Yi Shiwen imprinted a part of his spirit imprint into the dark dragon halberd, making it his own. For him, with his current cultivation, whether or not he had the dark dragon halberd was no longer that important. However, After all, it would increase the number of emperors in the divine court. The truly powerful emperors in the world didn't just have one Tao tool. For example, the heavenly court, martial sect, emperor clan, Ji family, and so on. The more Tao tools they had, the more profound their foundation would be. The remaining underworld, Tao, Saint Robe, turned into a stream of light with a wave of Yi Shiwen's hand. It flew towards Yi Qianqian, and she put it on her body. Suddenly, with the power of the underworld, Tao Saint Robe, Yi Qianqian's strength was guaranteed. She killed a quasi-emperor of the Netherworld Kingdom in front of her on the spot. This quasi-emperor could have fought with Yi Qianqian for a while, but he was instantly killed when the underworld, Tao, Saint Robe arrived. The underworld, Tao Saint Robe, was like a fish in water in an environment like the Netherworld Kingdom, and could display extraordinary strength. Moreover, with the protection of the underworld, Tao Saint Robe, Yi Qianqian didn't need to care about other attacks. She directly killed her way into the group of experts of the Netherworld Kingdom. She was the successor of the Lord of Underworld, so she could easily control the underworld, Tao Saint Robe, and display invincible strength. In addition to him, Hua Menghan, who was wearing the phoenix robe, was also very eye-catching. She flew high up in the sky like a fire phoenix, and all the strong enemies in front of her were burned to ashes. The experts of the Netherworld Kingdom tried their best to resist the attack of the allied forces of the various heavens and realms, but they couldn't do anything. Their defensive line was quickly broken, and they suffered heavy losses. It was naturally impossible for the Netherworld Kingdom to resist the attack of the allied forces of the various heavens and realms with the strength of a single country. Their only hope was that the Underworld Emperor could defeat Yi Shiwen. However, since the Underworld Emperor had already fallen, they naturally didn't have any hope. Even so, the experts of the Netherworld Kingdom who were stubbornly resisting still brought great damage to the allied forces of the various races, especially since a steady stream of experts had been revived. Many of them were the senior experts of the allied forces, and they were now engaged in an earth-shattering battle. This battle lasted for 3 years. After 3 years, the allied forces of the various races finally killed all the experts of the Netherworld Kingdom in the Netherworld Kingdom. Although a small number of them had escaped before the army had marched into the Netherworld, they were destined to be unable to pose too much of a threat. At this point, the Netherworld Kingdom, which had been passed down from ancient times, had shaken the heavens and realms, and had even dominated the heavens and realms for a period of time, had been completely annihilated. Everything had vanished without a trace, like a fleeting cloud. Even an emperor had no power to fight back in the face of the mighty power of time. This was the fate of the Netherworld. The destruction of the Netherworld Kingdom had naturally greatly increased Yi Shiwen's underworld emperor status. Ever since he had become an emperor, he had successively defeated 3 emperor level experts. It could be said that there weren't many emperors who were as powerful as him since ancient times, let alone the Emperor Taiping in the era of peace. Yi Shiwen's title of martial emperor had spread throughout the entire heavens and the 10,000 worlds. They felt that Yi Shiwen's strength was boundless. In fact, some people had even crowned Yi Shiwen as one of the strongest emperors since the ancient times. They didn't know the difference between the strength of the emperors, so they could only judge based on their own battle records. Many emperors had never defeated other emperors in their entire lives. Yi Shiwen had only been on the throne for more than 10,000 years, and he had already defeated 3 emperors. Wasn't this enough to explain some problems? Under Yi Shiwen's leadership, the development of the Divine Palace had once again entered the fast lane. It had truly achieved the point where no one dared to provoke them. Although the Divine Palace didn't really go out to cause trouble many times, it could be said that they didn't cause trouble, but they weren't afraid of trouble either. Even without the support of an emperor like Yi Shiwen, the current Divine Palace also had the power to protect itself. Among the many emperor's inheritances, it could still be ranked at the top. Following that, Yi Shiwen didn't appear. Instead, he entered into a state of closed-door cultivation. This battle was also a great harvest for Yi Shiwen, especially since he had to completely refine the netherworld dragon halberd and help Yi Qianqian refine the underworld Dao holy robe. Of course, he had found many works left behind by the underworld emperor in the netherworld kingdom, which involved many emperor's great Dao. For Yi Shiwen, he had also benefited a lot. This was because the underworld emperor had indeed reached unimaginable heights in this aspect, especially the Dao of life and death. This was not the direction that Yi Shiwen was good at. Naturally, Yi Shiwen couldn't learn from the underworld emperor, but it was more than enough for him to use as a reference. This closed-door cultivation lasted for a full 10,000 years. Spring passed and autumn came. 10,000 years disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. This world had entered the second 10,000 years of the martial emperor calendar. Yi Shiwen did not pay attention to the affairs of the world while he was in closed-door cultivation. However, his reputation did not weaken along with it. On the contrary, as the new generation grew up, his power continued to grow. This was because the new generation had almost all grown up listening to Yi Shiwen's various godlike achievements. For them, Yi Shiwen was naturally the strongest person in the world. This was without a doubt. Even many tribes and clans worshipped Yi Shiwen and prayed sincerely. In these years, more and more tribes surrendered to the divine palace. It wasn't like the original situation where only a few people came to surrender to the divine palace. Instead, tribes surrendered to the divine palace one by one. This made the divine palace stronger and stronger. In reality, when the heavenly court was in power, countless demon race tribes obeyed the heavenly court. Even after the heavenly court had declined, many tribes were still willing to listen to Yi Wudi's call. This was the foundation, and now such a foundation was gradually taking shape in the divine palace. After entering the second 10,000 years, the new generation of masters in the divine palace also came forth in large numbers. Just the divine palace alone occupied 1/3 of the famous new generation masters in the world. Just this one alone was able to compete with the many emperor inheritances in the world. Many of the older generation sighed with emotion. Now that the heavenly Tao was in Yi Shiwen's hands, the divine palace would prosper. This was not only because Yi Shiwen's prestige made many genius seeds willing to join the divine palace. At the same time, it was also a kind of reward from the heavens for Yi Shiwen's position and guarding the world. It allowed the divine palace to produce many geniuses. What was this? This was destiny. The other emperor inheritances had records. When their emperor inheritances were in power, it was also when their emperor inheritances produced the most geniuses. What was the trend of the general trend? This was the trend of the general trend. And after these 10,000 years, Yi Shiwen finally came out again. And the first thing he did after coming out was to issue a decree. He announced that he would hold a large-scale lecture within 100 years. This time, in addition to those above the quasi-emperor level, all the geniuses on the list of the divine palace could come and listen to the lecture. Even if their strength had not yet reached the emperor realm, they could also come and listen to the lecture. As soon as this news came out, there was an immediate uproar. It was like boiling water, instantly boiling. Chapter 2971. All the heavens and realms were in an uproar because of Yi Shiwen's decree. Yi Shiwen was going to preach in person, regardless of faction or race. This was a precious opportunity, because there had been no emperor in the world for too long. The last time someone had the opportunity to listen to an emperor's preaching was a long, long time ago. Moreover, since ancient times, emperors often preached in their own sections. They rarely gathered the heroes of the world to preach for them. This was tantamount to training competitors, especially for those quasi-emperors who were not born in the emperor's inheritance. This was a huge pie in the sky. Without this opportunity, they might not have the opportunity to listen to an emperor's preaching in their lifetime. What kind of figure was an emperor? He could be said to be the most tyrannical figure in the world. Their preaching was all about the Great Way. Listening to an emperor's preaching was equivalent to riding on a rocket of cultivation. Such a situation was not uncommon. It was not that Yi Shiwen did not preach in the past, but it was limited to the divine court. The emergence of experts in the divine court in recent years was largely related to this. Now that Yi Shiwen was obviously going to benefit the heroes of the world, many people could not help but be tempted, and many divine kings were even more frustrated. They almost reached the threshold of listening to Yi Shiwen's preaching. Except for those geniuses who were specially named, the others were experts above the quasi-emperor realm. As for whether someone would not come, it was absolutely impossible. Even if a quasi-emperor who was in closed-door training heard this news, he would probably jump out of his closed-door training. For a quasi-emperor, there were not many opportunities to listen to an emperor's preaching, especially those young geniuses who were named. Many of them had emerged in the past 10,000 years. They originally had supreme worship for Yi Shiwen, and at this time, being named by Yi Shiwen was even more of an honor. What an honor it was to be personally named by an emperor. But when many experts of the older generation heard this news, they were not happy at first, but sighed with emotion. The martial emperor's great momentum has been formed. The great momentum has been formed. Someone sighed with emotion. The martial emperor has spread the great Tao all over the world. He clearly has a card up his sleeve. Even if others become martial emperors, they may not be a threat to him. This is true power. Since ancient times, there have not been many who could sit on the fishing platform. This is true power. Not only has the martial emperor's influence been established, but even the divine court's influence has been established. The martial emperor has spread the great path everywhere. In this way, many people will be indebted to him. This is a favor, a karma. Mortals can ignore this karma, but cultivators like us have to repay the karma we owe. Otherwise, we will be in big trouble sooner or later. Many people could see that these world's prideful geniuses and top-notch big shots had obtained benefits from Yi Shiwen. So, they wouldn't need to help the divine court in the future if they were to encounter any problems. However, this favor alone was enough for the divine court to prosper for a long time. No foundation could compare to Yi Shiwen's favor, especially at the moment when the confinement period was coming to an end. Yi Shiwen's sermon might directly give birth to one or two emperors. If this was the case, the new emperor would also owe Yi Shiwen a favor. With this favor as a foundation, the divine court would be as stable as Mount Tai. This was the fundamental reason why the divine court's great momentum had been formed. The martial emperor's plan is far-reaching. It's really not something we can guess. But even so, knowing that we will owe him a favor, how many people will let go of such an opportunity? Many people sighed. They clearly knew that they would owe Yi Shiwen a huge favor. However, no one would give up such an opportunity, since it was related to becoming an emperor. After all, who knew if they wouldn't be able to hear the Great Way this time? Wouldn't that mean that they wouldn't be able to become emperor? For a time, the entire heavens and realms were discussing about Yi Shiwen's sermon. The emperor's sermon was bound to be a major event. Everyone in the divine court had to prepare for it. 100 years might be a lifetime for mortals. However, for many powerhouses who had already achieved immortality, it was just a snap of the fingers. It was nothing. After Yi Shiwen came out of the closed-door training, he spent most of his time with his family. As for the sermon, it was naturally prepared by the other people in the divine court. "Daddy, Daddy," a crisp voice sounded in Yi Shiwen's ears. A little thing climbed on Yi Shiwen's body. If it was someone else, they naturally wouldn't have such courage to climb on the martial emperor's body. However, this person was Yi Shiwen's daughter, Little Crescent Moon. Even after tens of thousands of years, Little Crescent Moon looked like she was only 3 or 4 years old. It seemed that she hadn't grown up at all. Even Yi Shiwen was very puzzled about this. It should be known that even for super long-lived races like the Dragon Clan, 10,000 years was enough for them to reach adulthood. At the very least, they would have the appearance of a teenager. However, little Crescent Moon was still in the appearance of a child. However, no matter how he checked, he couldn't find any problems. In the end, he could only give up. He couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Although little Crescent Moon was his bloodline, and it was only after he became a martial emperor, it could be said that her status and bloodline were unspeakably noble. However, this was a little too strange. This also made him a little depressed. With his status and cultivation, there were actually things that even he couldn't understand. It was simply completely unscientific. The situation of little Crescent Moon even alarmed Yi Mo and others. Yi Shiwen had specially looked for the inheritance of various great emperor for this. He had read a lot of information, but he didn't find anything useful. Finally, he found a similar case in an ancient book of Yi Wudi's heavenly court. In a distant era, there was a person like this. His growth was super slow, but when he was born, he was already a super master that shocked the world. That person looked a bit similar to little Crescent Moon. He couldn't find any specific reason, but his growth was very slow. When he really reached adulthood, he was already a quasi-emperor. However, this person didn't become an emperor in the end. He was killed halfway, so no one knew about it. It was only recorded in the ancient books of the ancient heavenly court, and this record was left by the demon emperor himself. The era when this person appeared was the era when the demon emperor was on the throne. According to the demon emperor, if it wasn't for his early death, this person would almost certainly become an emperor, because according to the speculation of the demon emperor, this person was by no means an ordinary bloodline. He was like the son of heaven, the heavenly child that had appeared in ancient legends. When he was born, there was the infusion of the Great Way. It could be said that he was unspeakably noble. However, since ancient times such people were very rare, there were almost none who could really grow to the end. This kind of person would experience all kinds of hardships in his life. If he survived, he would become the world supreme. If he couldn't, he would also die young. Yi Shiwen wasn't sure if little Crescent Moon was the heavenly child recorded in the Demon Emperor's ancient book. But he had to be on guard, because if this was the case, little Crescent Moon's life would be very difficult. For his daughter's sake, he couldn't really be indifferent. Over the years, he had put in a lot of effort in this area. Apart from personally refining a quasi-Dao level armor for little Crescent Moon, he had also refined the nether dragon halberd he had obtained from Emperor Hades into little Crescent Moon's body. No one knew about this except Yi Shiwen. This arrangement seemed to be useless now, but it might be able to save her life at a critical moment in the future. Although the quasi-Taoist level armor was only a quasi-Taoist level armor, the materials used to refine it were no different from a Tao artifact. The only difference was that Yi Shiwen's great Tao laws were not integrated into it. Therefore, it could only be a quasi-Taoist level armor. Even so, its defensive power was very astonishing. It could withstand a fatal blow from an imperial lord. With these two arrangements, in addition to little Crescent Moon's status as the princess of the divine court, who would dare touch her? Yi Shiwen believed that even if it was the so-called mandate of heaven who was plagued with calamities in his life, these arrangements would be enough. Furthermore, with him around, there would naturally be no problems. Yi Shiwen smiled as he carried the little fellow down. The little fellow grew up very slowly. Yi Shiwen was in seclusion all year round, so he did not see her often. However, the little fellow stuck close to him. It made Dawn, as a mother, extremely envious. However, Yi Shiwen knew that apart from the relationship of bloodline, this little guy should be closer to his Great Way origin. The Great Way origin of the Emperor realm could be said to be extremely pure. For this little guy who only acted on instinct, it had a great attraction. After teasing the little fellow for a while, Dawn came in. Another 10,000 years had passed, but she did not change much. However, the accumulation of time made her even more charming. All right, carry the little fellow away first. I'm going out to preach the Tao. This time, I will really lay a foundation for my divine court that will last for eternity." Yi Shiwen carried the little fellow and, ignoring her unwillingness, handed her over to Dawn. Dawn looked at the reluctant little crescent moon, and could not help but frown slightly. She gently patted the little fellow and said, "What an ingrate! Mommy is usually so good to you, but all you care about is sticking to your daddy. Seriously, Mommy, hee." When the little fellow saw Yi Shiwen's figure vanish, she immediately turned her gaze back and let out a bell-like laughter. She wrapped her arms around her mother's neck, clearly looking extremely happy. The unhappiness and reluctance from before had long vanished. That was probably the nature of a child. Just like the weather in June, it changed at a whim. And on the other end, Yi Shiwen had vanished. When he appeared again, he was already on a bed of clouds in a gigantic hall. Not far away, many experts and elites were already in position. Upon seeing Yi Shiwen appear, everyone stood up and bowed. "Greetings, Martial Emperor. May the Martial Emperor live forever." Chapter 2972. Facing the only emperor in this world. Everyone bowed their heads and paid their respects to him for being able to preach to everyone. Yi Shiwen glanced at the densely packed heads, and a sense of heroism suddenly rose in his heart. He wasn't just giving a lecture, but at the same time it was also for the prosperity of martial arts in the heavens and the 10,000 worlds. Naturally, there were many benefits to this. Of course, the most important thing was that he was also establishing an indomitable foundation for the martial sect. Yi Shiwen did not say much nonsense and immediately began to preach. For a moment, the Great Way turned into golden lotuses that fell from the sky and directly fell into people's bodies. All of them were absorbed by people, and their comprehension increased greatly in an instant. This was the Great Way Golden Lotus that was unique to the Emperor's preaching. Every Great Way Golden Lotus contained a large number of Great Way laws, as well as Yi Shiwen's understanding of the Great Way. Almost as soon as the lotuses fell, some people began to advance. Some of the geniuses with shallow cultivation foundations received the greatest benefits at this time and began to advance on the spot. After a long time, there were various experts who were advancing everywhere. Apart from dividing a part of their spirit to listen to the preaching, most of their spirit was used to make use of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to improve themselves. The Emperor's preaching was not a good thing that could be encountered at any time. Yi Shiwen had been preaching for 300 years, and the whole world had been silent for 300 years. This was because the people who had come to listen to the preaching were undoubtedly the leaders of the various forces. So, the various forces had naturally quieted down since these people had come to listen to the preaching. Of course, in front of Yi Shiwen, they did not have the guts to make a move. For a moment, the myriad heavens and realms entered a rare state of peace. As Yi Shiwen preached, many doubts in his heart were resolved at the same time. He felt as if the heavenly way had relaxed its control over him. In this short period of 300 years, he felt that his cultivation had improved once again. After 300 years, Yi Shiwen disappeared. However, many people stayed where they were and made breakthroughs. In these 300 years, they obtained many benefits. Many people even advanced by more than one realm. Even those peak quasi-emperor experts obtained great benefits. Although they did not break through to martial emperor on the spot, there were still many benefits. Apart from these experts, the entire divine court had gained the most benefits. Yi Shiwen didn't try to hide his lecture. They could listen to Yi Shiwen's lecture as long as they were in the divine court. However, many disciples of the divine court had shallow cultivation, so they couldn't understand it. Therefore, they could only forcibly memorize it and slowly digest it later. Even so, it was still a huge wealth that they couldn't exhaust. Yi Shiwen made some simple arrangements in the divine court after he had finished preaching to the experts from all over the heavens. Then he left and entered the primal chaos alone. On the one hand, he needed to find more supreme divine materials. Whether it was Yi Qianqian, Huamenghan Yemo, or Yi Wudi, if they became emperors, they would need these divine materials to improve themselves. They could also search for it by themselves. However, Yi Shiwen could save them a lot of time if he could help them a little. On the other hand, Yi Shiwen was also looking for fortuitous encounters. According to his cultivation, if he continued to practice step by step, even if he was faster than the average person, the time needed was unbearable. Now he had gradually touched the edge of the peak of the second realm, and this was because of the sermons. In these 300 years, he had also benefited greatly and saved himself tens of thousands of years of hard cultivation. After reaching this step, he realized that every step forward was calculated in tens of thousands of years. If he didn't find some ways to find some fortuitous encounters, the years of cultivation would be too long. What the demon emperor said in the past was probably because of this reason. In the primal chaos, there was no distinction between north, south, east, west, or even the concept of time and space. Everything was in the primal chaos. The terrifying primal chaos was not quiet. On the contrary, it was extremely violent. Relatively speaking, the formed worlds were much more stable. The earth, fire, water, and wind were also completely fixed. In this primal chaos, no one could move freely except the emperor. Even the emperor might encounter danger. However, there were too many treasures in this primal chaos. Even the emperor couldn't help but explore it. Another 100 years had passed. Yi Shiwen didn't know how long he had been walking in the primal chaos. Perhaps he was walking along the path he came last time. So he didn't encounter any divine materials or treasures along the way. After all, he didn't know how long it would take for the divine materials and treasures of that level to take shape. On this day, Yi Shiwen walked as usual while silently comprehending the law of the primal chaos. It was the origin of all things in the world and the end of all the cultivation paths. Suddenly, Yi Shiwen sensed a kind of treasure light. It was transmitted to him through the primal chaos, and a strange fragrance hid his face. Yi Shiwen flew out quickly. With his speed, he still flew for 3 days and 3 nights before he finally flew to the source of this strange fragrance. This is... Yi Shiwen's eyes lit up. In front of him, there was a huge tree. This big tree was shining with a kind of earthy yellow color. Even in the entire primal chaos, people could feel it. On this big tree, there were already some ripe fruits. The bursts of strange fragrance came from these fruits. Needless to say, this big tree was naturally very magical. In fact, only the emperor could walk freely in the primal chaos. Ordinary plants couldn't survive in the primal chaos at all. However, Yi Shiwen still had to confirm what kind of divine tree it was. After all, there were countless divine trees recorded since ancient times. Yi Shiwen flew under this divine tree and stretched out his hand to pat on the divine tree. After a long time, he finally opened his eyes. He finally knew what this divine tree was. This is the legendary yellow middle plum tree. Yi Shiwen was a little stunned. The legend of the yellow middle plum was seen in some legends. It was said that as long as ordinary people swallowed a plum from the yellow middle plum, they would ascend on the spot and become an immortal. However, someone had seen the yellow middle plum in a distant era. Yi Shiwen didn't expect to encounter it here. Moreover, it was a ripe yellow middle plum. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but be overjoyed. The effects of the middle yellow plum are even better than the legends say. Even with my cultivation, just a whiff of its aroma is enough to make my cultivation advance a little bit. If I were to swallow it, I'm afraid my cultivation would really advance a lot. Yi Shiwen counted. There were as many as 99 ripe plums on this yellow middle plum tree in front of him. This was enough to make Yi Shiwen's cultivation advance a notch higher. Yi Shiwen looked again. Only now did he understand why this yellow middle plum tree could survive in the primal chaos. It turned out that its rhizome was wrapped in a mass of 7-colored soil. Yi Shiwen also quickly saw that this mass of 7-colored soil was the legendary living soil. Moreover, it was the 7-colored living soil. According to the records in the ancient books, a legendary divine object like the living soil could evolve into a continent with just a little bit of it. Since ancient times, many emperors had used the living soil to create their own divine kingdoms. The rainbow life soil was a type of life soil that was even rarer and more precious than ordinary life soil. The only thing that was even more formidable than the rainbow life soil was the chaotic life soil that had only appeared in legends, but no one had actually seen it before. In the ancient myths and legends, someone had used the chaotic living soil to condense and create the world of the myriad worlds. That person was known as the creator. However, that era was really too far away. Even in ancient inheritances like the Dragon Island and the ancient Phoenix world, these matters also existed as myths and legends. There was no actual evidence to prove that these legends were true. However, if this was really the case, Yi Shiwen didn't dare to imagine how strong that person's strength was. Even with his current cultivation, it was impossible to create such a huge world like the myriad worlds. Even if he was given the chaotic living soil, it would be useless. If he didn't have that strength, then he didn't have that strength. No wonder the yellow middle plum tree can survive and bear fruit. It turns out that it was contaminated by this piece of 7-colored living soil. So, the treasure light that I saw just now should be this piece of 7-colored living soil. Haha, the heavens are really helping me. Whether it was the yellow middle plum tree or the 7-colored living soil, they weren't ordinary heavenly treasures. Even a few ordinary divine materials couldn't compare to any one of them. Sure enough, I have a hunch that I will have a great harvest in the primal chaos this time. It seems like the proof is here. Yi Shiwen said with a smile. Yi Shiwen directly formed a big hand and grabbed towards the yellow middle plum tree. However, he saw that the yellow middle plum tree seemed to have sensed danger. It actually began to frantically escape into the distance. The law of space was activated in an instant. It wanted to teleport and escape. Naturally, it wasn't easy to capture such a heavenly treasure. If one wasn't a sovereign emperor-level expert, they wouldn't even have the qualifications to look at its back, let alone capturing the yellow middle plum tree. However, Yi Shiwen dared to make a move because he was already prepared. Seal! Yi Shiwen shouted loudly. His words were followed by the law. Suddenly, the surrounding space was completely sealed. With Yi Shiwen's understanding of the law of space, it was naturally impossible for him to let the yellow middle plum tree escape. Trying to escape in front of me? You're displaying your slight skill in front of an expert. Yi Shiwen smiled as he looked at the yellow middle plum tree that was constantly bumping up and down in the sealed area. Just obtaining the yellow middle plum tree and the 7-colored living soil made this trip to the primal chaos worthwhile. Suddenly, a strange change occurred. A mountain-like mouth suddenly opened in the midst of the chaos and directly pounced towards Yi Shiwen to bite him. Its speed was extremely fast. Bang! There was an incomparably loud collision sound. Yi Shiwen raised his hand and directly blasted towards this big bloody mouth. Chapter 2973. Bang! A loud sound was heard. That bloody mouth was finally repelled by Yi Shiwen. It revealed its true body at this time. It turned out to be a chaos python. It was unknown how many thousands of miles long it was in the chaos. Just its head was as huge as a mountain. Its entire body was unknown how many thousands of miles long it was. Even Yi Shiwen couldn't help but be slightly moved. Such a huge creature had actually grown in the chaos. Only the Emperor Lords could move freely in the chaos. However, this didn't mean that there weren't any other creatures. On the contrary, some of the creatures living in the chaos had even formed groups. Ordinary creatures of the chaos naturally couldn't pose any threat to Yi Shiwen given his cultivation. However, this chaos python was more than enough to deal with him. The attack of the Emperor Lords could collapse mountains, shatter stars, and collapse the world. However, this Chaos Python was able to withstand Yi Shiwen's attack. One could well imagine how powerful it was. Yi Shiwen would have thought of catching one if it weren't for the fact that it was a creature born in the primal chaos. It could be said that the strength of the divine court would have increased by a large margin out of thin air if such a powerful creature was keeping watch over it. Roar! The Chaos Python let out a shocking roar after it was repelled. The entire chaos was stirred up like the waves of the sea. It surged up and down, and layer after layer of waves crazily shook. Yi Shiwen suddenly understood that this python hadn't come at the right time. In fact, it should have been guarding this yellow middle plum for a long time if he wasn't mistaken. Heavenly treasures must be guarded by powerful creatures. This law was applicable even in the primal chaos. This chaos python could also sense Yi Shiwen's strength. Therefore, it was only roaring from afar. However, it obviously didn't want to give up on the yellow middle plum. It was just staring at it from afar. It seemed that it would attack once it had the chance. Bastard, you leave now. I won't harm your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Yi Shiwen said coldly. He had already sensed that many creatures with powerful auras were rushing over. It was unknown how many powerful creatures of the chaos had been born in this primal chaos. It was said that the 3,000 devil gods that had created the world were creatures that had lived in the primal chaos. After they had fallen in the creation of the world, they had been absorbed by the world and transformed into the 3,000 great Daos. Those legendary chaos demon gods even dared to challenge the Emperor Lords. They had the strength of the Emperor Lords. However, that was only a legend. After all, it was unknown how many years had passed since the creation of the world. Many things could only become legends. Even if this Chaos Python wasn't as powerful as the legendary Chaos Fiend Celestial, it wasn't much weaker. If it really swallowed the yellow middle plum, it would really attain the Tao and grow to an unimaginable level. Yi Shiwen immediately understood that he had become a calamity in the life of this Chaos Python. If he could overcome it, he would naturally become immeasurable. However, if he failed, he was afraid that he would be in danger of dying. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but grin when he understood that he had inadvertently become a tool. No wonder he suddenly felt the treasure light and smelled that fragrance from so far away. However, no matter what the situation was, since he had seen it, he naturally couldn't let it go. It was precisely because of this that Yi Shiwen felt compassion in his heart and decided to let him live. However, the Chaos Python obviously didn't appreciate it. It just stared coldly at Yi Shiwen. The deafening roars even caused the heavens and earth to shake violently. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. If you want to die, then continue. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes and began to become unhappy. You're courting death by snatching my yellow middle plum. I'm going to swallow you. Although the Chaos Python couldn't speak, it transmitted such a message through its will. Obviously, its spiritual wisdom wasn't fully developed yet. Otherwise, it would have understood the severity of the situation. You're very powerful. If I swallow you, I will be able to completely complete my transformation. This chaos will no longer be able to bind me. You're courting death. Yi Shiwen's eyes brightened. With his current status, who would dare to say in front of him that they would swallow him? Roar! The Chaos Python attacked again. With a loud roar, its huge body pounced towards Yi Shiwen at an unimaginable speed. Countless primal chaos rolled up in an instant, causing his figure to be faintly discernible within it. Bang! Yi Shiwen raised his hand and blocked the attack of the Chaos Python again. Roar! The Chaos Python instantly transformed into a middle-aged man with scales all over his body. He held a huge sword in his hand and slashed towards Yi Shiwen. Boom! The chaos was split apart. It was going to kill Yi Shiwen in one blow. Yi Shiwen could see through it at a glance. This sword should be the transformation of the Chaos Python's entire body. It was extremely terrifying. It was much more powerful than any divine weapon. If an emperor who had just attained Tao not long ago encountered this guy, he might not be in life-threatening danger. However, he would still suffer a little. If it was the NID who encountered this beast, he would definitely suffer a little. Unfortunately, the person he encountered was Yi Shiwen. What kind of person was Yi Shiwen? He sneered. Suddenly, bursts of golden light burst out of his hands. Then he directly caught the sneak attack of the sword with his bare hands. A look of disbelief flashed in the figure's eyes. He didn't expect this outsider to be so powerful. He could even catch the sword that his body had transformed into. He had encountered some chaotic creatures in the past, but none of them were as powerful as Yi Shiwen. At this moment, he realized that this guy in front of him wasn't someone to be trifled with. In fact, he was extremely terrifying. However, his spiritual wisdom hadn't fully developed yet. Although he sensed the danger, he still continued to attack Yi Shiwen. Stubborn fool! Yi Shiwen snorted coldly. He exerted his strength and instantly pinched it. However, the Chaos Python let out a blood-curdling screech. The Chaos Python's mouth was crushed on the spot. One must know that this was an illusion formed from its body. One could imagine how terrifying it would be if it was crushed by Yi Shiwen. The Chaos Python screamed and wanted to escape. At this moment, it was already scared to death by Yi Shiwen. It didn't dare to stay any longer. However, how could Yi Shiwen give it a chance to escape? The Avicii sword appeared in his hand. With a slash, this powerful body that could survive in the chaos was split into pieces on the spot. The Avicii sword's sword aura was thousands of miles long. With one slash, the Chaos Python was split into two. Even though it had transformed into its real body, it was still split into two. His primordial spirit was completely destroyed in an instant. Killing this beast with one slash was not difficult at all. This slash startled the chaos. It also scared the chaotic creatures that were rushing over. Although the yellow middle plum was very attractive to them, this slash still scared them. This slash gave them a sense of extreme danger. At this moment, these chaotic creatures still knew what was good for them. Yi Shiwen smiled slightly. To a large extent, he didn't hold back and attacked with all his strength just now. He wanted to scare these chaotic creatures away to avoid unnecessary trouble. He simply started to refine this giant python in front of the yellow middle plum. Anyway, the yellow middle plum still needed some time to mature. Otherwise, it wouldn't be Yi Shiwen's turn. Instead, it would have been swallowed by this chaos python. With Yi Shiwen's skill, it was not difficult to refine this chaos python. It didn't take long for this python, which had once run amok in the bell of chaos, to be completely refined by Yi Shiwen into a treasured armor and a treasured sword. Although they were not as good as Tao tools, they were not far off in terms of power. The only thing they lacked was to integrate his own Tao into them. Yi Shiwen had named these two divine tools Chaotic Python Armor and Green Light Sword. Therefore, it was quite easy to use them since he had refined them himself. They weren't inferior to the Avicii sword. However, they were naturally inferior in terms of power. After Yi Shiwen refined the Chaos Python, the yellow middle plum had also matured. Although the yellow middle plum kept colliding with the space barrier in the process, it was useless in the end. In the end, Yi Shiwen forcibly grabbed the yellow middle plum and thoroughly refined and subdued its spiritual wisdom. The whole process was much more complicated than subduing the enlightening mind ancient tree. However, the ferocity of the yellow middle plum couldn't be compared with that of the enlightening mind ancient tree. Yi Shiwen received the yellow middle plum into his inner world and lived next to the enlightening mind ancient tree. The first thing Yi Shiwen did was to pluck a plum from the yellow middle plum and swallow it into his stomach. The moment Yi Shiwen swallowed the yellow middle plum, it immediately turned into a pure surging martial power and spread throughout his limbs and bones. Such pure energy! Yi Shiwen couldn't help but be very surprised. One must know that ordinary heavenly treasures were no longer of any use to him when his cultivation had reached this level. It was impossible for them to increase his cultivation. However, he felt that his cultivation, which had stagnated for many years, had taken a step forward by swallowing this yellow middle plum. This should be the fortuitous encounter and opportunity that the Demon King had mentioned. Yi Shiwen nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough, it was useless to cultivate in seclusion. Only such a fortuitous encounter could make his cultivation progress in a short time. Yi Shiwen didn't continue to practice after he had thoroughly refined this yellow middle plum. After all, the primal chaos wasn't a good place to practice. After all, he didn't know how many powerful creatures of the primal chaos were eyeing him covetously. Chapter 2974. After swallowing a yellow middle plum, Yi Shiwen did not stop, but continued to move forward into the chaos. He found some good things one after another. Some were even relatively rare divine materials, which had only appeared once or twice since ancient times. However, compared to the previous harvest of yellow middle plum and colorful living soil, it was nothing. However, this was normal in the primal chaos. All kinds of divine materials were scattered in the primal chaos, so it was impossible for them to gather together. Yi Shiwen had been able to find divine materials so frequently because there hadn't been an Emperor Realm expert in the 10,000 worlds in recent years. Otherwise, they would have already been found by the predecessors. These divine materials that Yi Shiwen found were mostly divine materials that had been bred in the heavens over these years. And those who became Emperor Realm after Yi Shiwen were going to cry. After Yi Shiwen entered the chaos twice, it was really hard to say how many were left. As the saying goes, first come, first served. Those who are fast will get it, and those who are fast won't get it. This was the logic. Just like that, he'd obtained over 100 divine materials, and he'd practically collected all the divine materials that had been nurtured in the primal chaos after the Qin Emperor. Of course, it was not that there were no divine materials further away, but if he wanted to find them, he had to go deeper into the chaos. However, the further away from the heavens, the more unstable the chaos was. In other words, the more dangerous it was. Even super creatures like the chaos python would appear more and more. It could be said that the further away from the heavens, the more dangerous it would be. Even the Emperor Realm would be in danger. At that time, if he wanted to get a divine tool, the price he had to pay would increase exponentially. And just as Yi Shiwen was searching for many divine materials in the chaos, hundreds of years had passed in the blink of an eye. Originally, hundreds of years in any case was not a long time. However, for the heavens, earth-shaking changes had taken place, because the long and despairing period of the heavenly law, which had lasted from the Second War against the heavens to the present, had finally passed. The moment the period of the heavenly law disappeared, all the peak quasi-emperors who had really touched that level felt the disappearance of the heavenly law, because they felt that the barrier that seemed to be impossible to break had suddenly become a lot weaker. Of course, it didn't mean that they would be able to charge in even if it was much weaker, but at least it wouldn't be as solid as before. The more one stayed in this realm, the more one could feel how difficult it was to make a breakthrough. And the fact that Yi Shiwen was able to make a breakthrough under such circumstances made him even more terrifying. Since ancient times, aside from the great Qin Emperor, only the current martial emperors had managed to become martial emperors while imprisoned. But now that the confinement period was over, the risk of them becoming emperors was much smaller. There wouldn't be a terrifying scene like Yi Shiwen becoming an emperor again. In fact, the comparison was very obvious. Everyone also felt that DNI had become an emperor, but compared to Yi Shiwen's emperor ascension, it paled in comparison. Sure enough, there were strong and weak emperors. For a moment, the entire universe seemed to have sunk into complete silence, entering a state of slumber. This was because everyone had entered a state of frenzied cultivation. All the experts who had reached the peak of the quasi-emperor realm were attempting to break through to the sovereign emperor realm, and those who hadn't reached it were also madly cultivating, hoping to catch up. Everyone was very clear that what was coming next was a real great era, a great era where emperors emerged in large numbers. If there was no way to become an emperor, there would be no right to speak at all. Whether it was for oneself, for the inheritance, for the race, for everything else, they had to find a way to break through. This was the best opportunity since ancient times. If they missed this opportunity, there might not be another chance. Because, according to various rumors, the number of emperors in the world was limited. Once the number reached a certain number, the world would restrain the sovereign emperor realm. At that time, it would be almost impossible to break through unless one had the strength of the great Qin emperor or the martial emperor. Didn't you see that there were only 2 such monsters in the past tens of thousands of years? In other words, the following period of time would truly determine the outcome of the battle. Many of the old antiques had existed since the Second War of Resistance against the heavens. For this moment, they had already given their all. Under such circumstances, the originally stable situation in the past few years became even more stable. Even the burden of the divine court, which had always been in charge of arbitration, had become much lighter. In recent years, they had also devoted more energy to cultivation. Although not everyone in the divine court was qualified to aspire to the throne, there were still quite a few who had truly reached the peak of the quasi-emperor realm and were qualified to break through to that supreme realm. This strange situation continued for another 1,000 years. Finally, something changed. Someone began to undergo a tribulation. This person's tribulation immediately attracted everyone's attention. Although the pressure of the heavenly Tao produced during the tribulation could not be hidden from others, this person was undergoing the tribulation in a secret realm. Therefore, others could only vaguely guess from the strength of the tribulation. They could not really see who exactly was undergoing the tribulation. Everyone was watching. Finally, someone was willing to take the lead. Not only did he help everyone to ascertain the strength of the heavenly tribulation after the end of the confinement period, but he was also testing the intentions of that person in the divine court. Although the confinement period was now over, everyone understood that the confinement period was only the first big trouble in order to become an emperor. The second big trouble was martial emperor Yi Shiwen himself. What if Yi Shiwen did not want others to become emperor? Then there was no doubt that anyone who tried to become an emperor under his nose might be met with a blow from him. Although this possibility was not great, after all, judging from Yi Shiwen's willingness to preach to everyone, he did not seem to oppose them becoming emperor. He was certainly not that narrow-minded. However, this kind of thing was hard to say. No one was willing to take such a risk. It was not until the news that Yi Shiwen had left the divine court and entered the primal chaos spread that everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Without such a huge shadow pressing down on their heads, they dared to try something that they had not dared to try before. Under the attention of everyone, this person finally succeeded in crossing the heavenly tribulation. Although it seemed that he had almost failed based on the situation of the heavenly tribulation, he succeeded in the end. Success, success. The second emperor has finally appeared. Oh my God, the long confinement period is finally over. I thought I could not wait any longer. Finally, someone dares to eat crabs. It seems that the martial emperor is not so narrow-minded. Come to think of it, what kind of person is he? It is not an exaggeration to say that he is an emperor throughout the ages. How could he do something that would ruin the future of others? Is the era of heroes vying for supremacy finally coming? Many people burst into tears. Even if they had an iron heart, they still could not help but burst into tears when they saw the long-awaited day. Needless to say, the benefits of the era of the emperors would naturally be restored to an unprecedented state of prosperity. The benefits that one emperor could bring were simply innumerable, not to mention the reigning of multiple emperors. From ancient times to the present, it was clear from many cases that the era when there were many sovereigns and emperors was the strongest and most prosperous era in the myriad of worlds. However, just when everyone thought that the era of the emperors was about to enter the era of the emperors, a change finally occurred. The person who succeeded in crossing the heavenly tribulation finally revealed his true identity. He was actually the survivor of the netherworld kingdom that had been annihilated previously. He was the only super genius who had escaped. The person who crossed the heavenly tribulation was actually the underworld lord. Soon more news came. It turned out that the underworld lord had already escaped before the netherworld kingdom was attacked. This was to preserve the seed of hope. In the end, no one expected him to succeed. The underworld lord had become an emperor. Underworld Emperor had always been very clear that when Yi Shiwen invaded the netherworld kingdom, he would be the first target to be killed. Everyone could escape, but he could not. Only when he was dead, Yi Shiwen would not continue to pursue the escaped underworld lord. Otherwise, the underworld lord would not be able to escape from Yi Shiwen's pursuit. Now it seemed that Underworld Emperor's plan should be considered successful. No one knew what resources Underworld Emperor had left behind before sending him away. It actually allowed the Underworld Lord to be the first to become an emperor after the confinement period. Obviously, it was not bad. After the Underworld Lord became an emperor, he quickly set off shocking waves. Relying on the unique cultivation techniques of the Netherworld Kingdom, he gathered an undead army. Moreover, as time passed, more and more places were breached by Underworld Emperor. The undead army under the Underworld Lord was like a rolling snowball, getting bigger and bigger. Soon, it formed a huge army that swept towards the heavens and the myriad realms. It was different from the elite armies of the Netherworld Kingdom back then. Clearly, this army looked more like a motley crew. Under the leadership of the survivors of the Netherworld Kingdom, who had escaped back then, it looked majestic. However, in order to avoid the attention of the heavens and the myriad realms, the Netherworld Kingdom took the route of elite soldiers. Although their military strength was not as strong as it was now, almost all of them were top-notch experts. Just the number of quasi-emperor level experts alone was unknown. The more experts that were buried, the stronger their strength would be. It was completely different from the current situation where they were forcefully revived and could not display much of their strength when they were alive. In this aspect, the Underworld Lord did not seem to care. It was more like he was taking revenge. He drove this huge undead army all the way in the direction of the Divine Court. Everyone understood that the Underworld Lord wanted to take revenge on the great enmity that Yi Shiwen had led an army to destroy the Netherworld Kingdom back then. He also wanted to destroy the Divine Court. However, it was not possible without a sufficient army. Therefore, he conveniently destroyed other forces, killed them, and turned them into an undead army. Those forces that were destroyed and massacred could be said to have taken the blame for the Divine Court. However, the unscrupulous actions of the Underworld Lord still aroused the anger of the myriad realms. Chapter 2975. There was a very important reason why the various clans followed Yi Shiwen to destroy the Netherworld Kingdom previously. It was because they were afraid that the Netherworld Kingdom would sweep the world and turn the heavens and realms into a kingdom of death. Now, their original worries had become reality. Sure enough, if the people of the Netherworld Kingdom were to gain power, it would be a huge disaster for the heavens and realms. But this time, the Underworld Lord was determined to take revenge. He swept all the way and rushed in the direction of the Divine Court. The major forces of various clans were not his opponents at all. The mighty undead army was too huge. Once they died in battle, they would be revived with a special secret technique. Even if they could not recover 100% of their combat power, just a little bit of combat power was enough to be terrifying. In addition, there was the Underworld Lord in the middle army. The experts of the allied forces of various clans did not have an advantage at all. Under the rapid march of the Underworld Lord, it could be said that they were defeated all the way. They were constantly retreating in the direction of the Divine Court. In the face of such a situation, it was impossible for the Divine Court to remain indifferent as the leader of the Emperor's inheritance in the heavens and realms. Moreover, this undead army was coming for the Divine Court. Naturally, it was impossible for them to stay out of it. However, even if the divine court dispatched the army, there was still no way to stop the advancement of the undead army. This was because the underworld lord would intervene from time to time. Once the underworld lord intervened, the army would be useless no matter how strong it was. The premise that the emperor's inheritance could resist the expedition of an emperor was that it was inside the inheritance. Once the inheritance was out, the emperor was still the most tyrannical. In just 10 years, this undead army had already swept the world and reached the door of the divine court. For a time, the entire heavens and realms were in a state of panic. In particular, the martial emperor Yi Shiwen, whom everyone had high hopes for, did not appear. Even when he was being attacked, he still did not appear. This made many people have bad thoughts. If Yi Shiwen was only in close cultivation, perhaps no one would be so rebellious. However, Yi Shiwen had entered the chaos. All the major inheritances had records about the chaos. Except for the emperor, no one dared to really go deep into the chaos. However, even the emperor was in danger. Since ancient times, there were many emperors who had entered the chaos and returned with serious injuries. This proved that there were indeed terrifying creatures in the primal chaos that could threaten emperors. Under such circumstances, Yi Shiwen hadn't returned for a long time. This made many people's imagination run wild. Especially in the past few years, under the arrangement of the Dark Lord, all kinds of rumors that Yi Shiwen had fallen in the primal chaos were simply endless. Even many people of the Divine Palace believed it. Even if they believed in Yi Shiwen, the dangers in the primal chaos were well known to everyone in the universe. Therefore, under such circumstances, it was hard to say whether Yi Shiwen had suffered serious injuries or not. In any case, it was a fact that Yi Shiwen wasn't here at this time. Under such a grim situation, Yi Shiwen couldn't be counted on for the time being. Many people had set their sights on those who were qualified to become emperors. If they became emperors, they would be able to stop the Dark Lord. Corpse calamity. This was the true corpse calamity. It was a calamity of corpses that engulfed almost half of the universe. And the one who caused this calamity was an imperial emperor-level figure. Since ancient times, it had always been like this. As long as it could cause a disaster that shook the universe, it would be like this. Even if ordinary peak emperor-level figures wanted to cause trouble, they would have been killed in minutes. Soon, this army had really killed their way to the mountain gate of the Divine Palace. However, the current Divine Palace was already different from tens of thousands of years ago. It could be said that there were many experts and deep foundations. Even if they were killed in front of the mountain gate, they didn't seem to be dispirited. In particular, the various trump cards that Yi Shiwen had left behind finally emerged at this time. As the inheritance of an emperor-level figure, the foundation of the Divine Palace was indeed much deeper than others. Rumble. Outside the Divine Palace, it had completely turned into a battlefield. The original Jade Stairs had long been destroyed in the flames of war. Countless experts were fighting here, and the army of the undead didn't know fatigue. They just rushed forward and killed. This was the most terrifying thing, because for them, they didn't know what death was, and they didn't have any spiritual wisdom at all. The Dark Lord had paid a huge price to forcibly revive these corpses. These corpses also didn't have the spiritual wisdom of the original experts of the Dark Kingdom. They almost only acted according to their instincts. In the Divine Palace, countless formations were activated one after another. There were also a few emperor-level formations that Yi Shiwen had left behind. Terrifying attacks swept out, and every time they swept out, a large number of the undead army would be wiped out. Even in the distance, there were war fortresses showing their might. Energy waves swept across the sky, fell into the army of the undead, and completely annihilated them. Huge war beasts that were as huge as stars rushed back and forth, trampling the sky. Countless undead army were completely swept into ashes by the shock waves formed by the trampling before they could even get close. However, the army of the undead was too large, filling the entire universe. No matter how the Divine Palace fought, and even used forbidden methods. The line of defense was still in danger. The Dark Lord didn't come straight to the divine palace because he wanted to collect these cannon fodder. Now, these cannon fodder were continuously consuming the foundation of the divine palace, and sooner or later, the divine palace would collapse. No matter how many cannon fodder were destroyed, the Dark Lord wouldn't even blink. Today, the Emperor will trample the divine palace. Don't even think about escaping. Even Yi Shiwen can't save you. The Nether Lord's cruel and cold voice reverberated. It was like a heavy blow to the hearts of the people of the divine palace, almost crushing their minds. Bulsh *T. A loud shout came from the divine palace. When the martial emperor returns, it will be the death of a clown like you. Even your master died in the hands of the martial emperor. What qualifications do you have to say these words? Yi Mo suddenly flew out, and the Tianyuan mirror in his hand burst out bursts of blood-red light, directly sweeping out like a laser, cutting half of the sky. The undead army that was swept by the light directly turned into atoms and disappeared without a trace. The power of the Tianyuan mirror as a Dao tool finally broke out completely. At this time, the Tianyuan mirror was no longer in a damaged state and had already been repaired by Yi Shiwen over the years with the divine materials of the heavens. It was even more powerful than an ordinary Dao tool. At this time, the ferocious power of the Tianyuan mirror finally fully manifested, simply burying the heavens together with it. It was very terrifying. Humph, it's just a stubborn resistance, like a cornered beast fighting. The Dark Lord didn't have the slightest fear towards Yi Mo. If he was still at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm, perhaps he would have to be careful when he encountered Yi Mo, but now he had become an emperor. There was naturally no need to mention the huge gap between the emperor and the quasi-emperor. Rumble! In another direction, Yi Qianqian attacked, and the huge devil ship swept across the sky, rampaging through the undead army. No one could stop it, and it was almost completely crushed. And on the bow of the huge devil ship, Yi Qianqian was wearing the underworld saint clothes and constantly attacked. Masses of death power swept out and cut the heavens and the earth into countless black and white squares, and the undead within the squares died tragically one after another. In addition to Yi Qianqian and Yi Mo, the other peak quasi-emperors of the divine court also attacked one after another. These old antiques were battle-hardened, and although they didn't have a Dao tool to protect themselves, they were still quite strong in terms of strength. They rushed and killed in the undead army and swept in all directions. Originally, there weren't any powerful existences among these undead. At most, there were some remnants of the netherworld kingdom mixed in with them, but they didn't amount to much. The most terrifying thing was the endless number of undead. In addition to this endless number, there was also the Dark Lord, an expert of the Emperor King level, holding the fort. This was just like when Yi Shiwen had led the army of the myriad heavens to destroy the netherworld kingdom back then, and there was almost no end to them. But even with these experts, the various defensive lines of the divine court were still in danger, and there was a possibility that they would collapse. Dong! An incomparably loud sound of a bell rang out. Along with this sound, ripples swept across the sky and rushed into the army of undead. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of undead were instantly swept to ashes by this attack. Then, another yin-yang diagram of life and death flew out, and the diagram of the two extremes of yin and yang flew into the undead army and began a frenzied massacre. The undead army was crushed by the yin-yang diagram of life and death and turned into ashes. Heavenly Court! The Heavenly Court's army has come to support. How could the people of the divine court not understand what was happening? Naturally, the Heavenly Court had made a move. Because of the relationship between Yi Shiwen, Yi Wudi, and Yang Kuanpeng, the relationship between the divine court and the Heavenly Court was also very good. At this time, when the divine court was in danger, the first to take action was naturally the Heavenly Court's army. Sure enough, Almost after a few breaths, a mighty army appeared in the distance, led by an extremely luxurious 9 dragons chariot. 2 figures stood side by side, but who else could it be but Yi Wuti and young Kuan-Pung? Lord of the Heavenly Court, Yi Wuti and Demon Master Kuan-Pung have come to support. After a loud shout, Yi Wuti and young Kuan-Pung flew out immediately, controlling the Demon Emperor's bell and the yin-yang diagram of life and death, and slaughtered into the undead army. With the addition of this new force from the Heavenly Court, everyone from the Divine Court felt a jolt in their hearts. As expected, the Heavenly Court was still the most reliable at this moment. Everyone was even more confident that they could stop the Dark Lord now. Wallalala! At the same time, from the south, a sea of fire spread over, burning countless undead into ashes in an instant. A beautiful figure followed the sea of fire and slaughtered into the undead army. Chapter 2976. This figure swept away everything in its path. It was none other than Hua Menghan. Hua Menghan was wearing a phoenix robe. He was standing above a sea of fire. The law of fire was revolving around his body. He was jumping up and down in excitement. He looked like a fire spirit. Wherever Hua Menghan passed, no undead could resist. Even if there were some remnants of the Nether Kingdom who tried to stop him, they were burned to ashes in an instant. In the absence of an emperor, a Dao weapon was almost equivalent to a nuclear weapon. Even a quasi-emperor would not be able to stop it, let alone others. Behind Hua Menghan, there was also a mighty army. It was as if the world was burning red. This was the army of the ancient Phoenix realm, led by Hua Menghan, who had come to support the Divine Court. Ha ha ha! It's the ancient Phoenix realm. Even the ancient Phoenix realm has come. This time we will be able to stop this army of the undead. Many experts of the Divine Court were completely relieved at this time. With the reinforcements of 2 emperors' inheritances, no matter how tyrannical the army of the Nether Kingdom was, they would not be able to win. Dark Lord, you have crossed the line. You want to use death to replace living beings. You are crazy. There was another cold voice. A huge palace descended from the sky. Countless divine birds followed the palace and rushed down, smashing the undead into pieces. A fiery red figure appeared in the sky. It was none other than a mortal fire dragon. At this time, the martial arts great sect army finally came to support, and the Phoenix Palace took the lead, killing countless undead. The martial arts great sect army also swept over under the guidance of the Phoenix Palace. Boom! A shocking sword chi tore through the sky, cutting through half of the world, and blasted into the army of the undead. Wherever the sword chi passed, the army of the undead was completely vaporized. A long sword flew across the sky. Its golden color carried an unparalleled might as it swept out. This is the Taya sword. It really is the Taya sword. This means that the Emperor clan, Ji clan, has also come. Some people of the Divine Court recognized the sword at a glance. After the Taya sword, the army of the Imperial clan, the Ji family, followed. In terms of the most powerful lineage in the world, with the deepest foundation, it was probably the Imperial clan, the Ji family. Furthermore, they had so many Imperial emperors laying down their foundations. Soon, the reinforcements from all sides arrived. After the Emperor clan, the 8 royal clans of the Demon clan also came with their elites. The Dragon Island and other ancient emperors' inheritances finally came. They gathered in the Divine Court, intending to completely ambush the army of the undead in the Divine Court. Although the Dark Lord intended to take revenge on the Divine Court, if they were not stopped, the army of the undead would sweep the entire world. If that happened, the entire world would become the land of the Nether Kingdom, and they would be slaughtered by the undead. The Divine Court could. Moreover, if they did not do their best to support the Divine Court now, how would they explain the situation when Yi Shiwen returned in the future? For a moment, the entire battlefield was filled with Dao artifacts. Many of them had never seen so many Imperial Lord-level Tao artifacts being used together in their entire lives. Any one of the Tao artifacts possessed the power to obliterate the world. Now that so many of them were used together, the might they could unleash was simply unimaginable. The vast army of departed spirits was quickly reduced to a visible number. All forces, finally, heaved a sigh of relief. Under the situation where everyone joined forces, even the army of the undead, which was said to be endless, could not hold on. After all, they were all cannon fodder. If the elites of the Nether Kingdom had such a scale, all forces would not be able to hold on. Cannon fodder was just cannon fodder. However, everyone was most concerned about the situation of the Dark Lord. At this time, only the Emperor clan, the Dark Lord, could truly turn the situation around. Sure enough, under such circumstances, the Dark Lord could not just watch the army of the undead be defeated. He directly took action. Countless power of death condensed into a giant hand of death and slammed down on the divine court. Rumble! The huge and terrifying power caused the entire divine court to tremble violently. Countless arrays were completely reduced to ashes by this attack. A huge hole instantly appeared in the defenses of the divine court. Oh no, he wants to break into the divine court directly. At this time, Yi Mo immediately roared. He immediately understood what Hades' Emperor was trying to do. While everyone was pacing back and forth on the battlefield, he wanted to break into the divine court in one fell swoop and kill all the disciples in the divine court. If he really succeeded, then even if the divine court could survive this battle, they would probably suffer heavy losses. Damn it, how despicable. Yi Qianqian wanted to return to help, but it was too late. The giant hand slammed into the divine court's defenses, constantly clawing at the arrays. Many of the divine court disciples hiding in the arrays could not dodge in time and were crushed into a bloody mist on the spot. On the sacred mountain in the deepest part of the divine court, Dawn hugged little Crescent Moon with a solemn expression. She did not expect the situation to be so serious. The divine court was actually being attacked. Ever since her husband became emperor, she had never encountered such a situation. Little Crescent Moon also seemed to feel that a storm was coming, and she began to cry loudly. She couldn't stop it at all. Suddenly, a terrifying aura descended upon the sacred mountain. A giant hand tore through the sky and tore everything apart, grabbing at Little Crescent Moon. It should be said that the Underworld Lord's target was Little Crescent Moon. As Yi Shiwen's only child, Little Crescent Moon's status in the Divine Court could be said to be like a little princess. In terms of importance, it was not an exaggeration. Now, the Underworld Lord wanted to take Little Crescent Moon away. Wah! Little Crescent Moon immediately cried when she sensed the danger. However, the giant hand did not have any intention of stopping. On the contrary, it continued to grab at her. Dawn had no choice but to protect Little Crescent Moon under her body, clenching her teeth and persevering. And just as the giant hand was about to grab Little Crescent Moon, an astonishing beam of light suddenly flew out from Little Crescent Moon's body. The beam of light transformed into a figure. Who else could it be but Yi Shiwen? Yi Shiwen held the nether dragon, halberd in hand, and slashed at the giant hand. Rumble! The collision between the two Empyrean lords happened in an instant. Yi Shiwen's strike blasted apart the giant hand formed from Qi. His strike followed the Qi hand and headed straight for the Underworld Lord. Bam! The attack that erupted from the Nether Dragon halberd was eventually blocked by the Underworld Lord's hand. Oh! The Underworld Supremacy had not expected that his sneak attack would fail. With his cultivation and status, it was already embarrassing enough for him to sneak an attack on a child. What was even more embarrassing was that he had actually failed. This was because he never expected that Yi Shiwen would be so extravagant as to leave a Tao artifact in a child's body. This was the root cause of his failure. Yi Shiwen disintegrated on the spot after his attack failed. It was not the real Yi Shiwen. but a manifestation of a wisp of spirit. At the critical moment, he had activated the Nether Dragon Halberd, allowing him to destroy the Underworld Lord's attack. However, with the power of that wisp of spirit, it was already the limit. It was impossible to go further. After all, the Underworld Lord was an Empyrean Lord. It was naturally not easy to destroy an Empyrean Lord's attack. Ha ha ha! The trump card that Yi Shiwen set up in the little girl's body has finally come into effect. Yi Mo immediately heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the situation. He could not help but laugh out loud. When Yi Shiwen left the Nether Dragon Halberd in little Crescent Moon's body, everyone felt that it was a bit wasteful. After all, it was a Tao artifact. He actually left it to a little girl. Even if she was his own daughter, it was still a bit extravagant. However, Yi Shiwen was very rich in the aspect of Tao artifacts. Throughout the ages, there were probably not many Empyrean lords who could be compared with him in this aspect. He had more than one Tao artifact before he became an Empyrean lord. Therefore, Yi Shiwen's concept was different from ordinary people. He did not think that this thing was so precious. However, it was just to add an additional safeguard for Little Crescent Moon. He did not expect that it would be used so soon. He did not expect that an Empyrean Lord, a master of the Empyrean Lord's level, would actually attack Little Crescent Moon. This was why the spirit in the Nether Dragon Halberd was exhausted and dispersed. Everyone could not help but sigh in relief when they saw that the attack of the Empyrean Lord was finally defeated and did not cause huge casualties. Everyone could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, everyone shrank the line of defense. They could not let the Empyrean Lord have such an opportunity again. It was enough for such a situation to happen once. If they let it happen again, they would not be able to face anyone. Empyrean Lord, do you have any shame? As a dignified Empyrean Lord, you actually attacked a little girl who has not yet reached adulthood. Where is your moral integrity? Has it been eaten by a dog? Yi Mo shouted, "Humph! In the Divine Palace today, all of you will die. Do you think you can still survive?" said the Empyrean Lord with a sneer. "It just so happens that all of you are potential competitors. Today, I will kill all of you. At that time, no one will compete with me anymore." The words of the Empyrean Lord suddenly made many people shiver. As expected, he is another narrow-minded person. We should not let him become an Empyrean Lord at all. His ascension to Empyrean Lord is a huge threat to the myriad world. Unlike Yi Shiwen's tolerance, the Empyrean Lord's performance was too dangerous, and these words also made these Empyrean Lord's mood very bad. The Empyrean Lord was only one step ahead of them. Now he actually completely regarded them as ants. Does he think he can kill them as he wishes? This was simply too arrogant. Chapter 2977. The terrifying sounds of collision instantly turned into monstrous tides. The repercussions of the battle caused even the world to tremble. Countless living beings sensed this attack and even felt a tremor that came from the bottom of their hearts. It was as if the entire world was about to collapse. Rumble. Back then, Yi Shiwen was also a powerful martial emperor who killed the rebellious emperor and finally quelled the chaos of the heavenly clan. Moreover, even if he is lucky enough not to die, do you think he can come back to save you? Even if he can come back, I will kill him with my own hands. Everyone took a closer look and saw that this person was none other than Yi Shiwen. For a time, all the Tao tools began to completely awaken. Terrifying power swept out, and billions of rays of light erupted, pouring down overwhelmingly. All kinds of terrifying rays of light erupted in this process. The horror of the Underworld Lord was far beyond everyone's imagination. No one expected that the Underworld Lord would be so powerful. He was not like a new Emperor Lord who had just become an emperor. Many people secretly thought that using the opportunity to become an emperor was indeed not the right way. Not only was he not as good as Yi Shiwen, who tore apart the great path to become an emperor during the confinement period, He was not even as good as the underworld lord who became an emperor normally. On the body of the underworld lord, golden rays of light soared into the sky, illuminating hundreds of millions of miles. It was so bright that it seemed to be cast from the heavens. It rushed to the sun and the moon, so that heaven and earth could feel his majesty and power. Boom! He directly rushed into the 5 yuan sky, punishing Great Array without any fear. His simple attack was incomparably domineering, so powerful. Even Yi Wuti had to admit that the underworld lord was really unimaginably powerful at this time. For a time, the entire universe was filled with a large amount of Tao power, as if many emperor lords had awakened at the same time, madly resisting in the entire universe. This attack made all the experts' hearts palpitate. With Yi Shiwen's loud shout, the word seal expanded in the wind, like a pair of wings, wrapping the underworld lord in it. At this juncture, no one dared to hide their strength, because once they hid their strength, it was likely that the final result would be a tragic death. Anyone who could cultivate to become an emperor was a powerful existence with absolute arrogance. But now, everything had been reversed. The underworld lord's strength was terrifyingly tyrannical, completely different from the strength of a newborn sovereign emperor that everyone had imagined. He was even stronger. The seal character emitted billions of beams of divine light that slammed into the underworld's supremacy. Countless imperial lord-level laws were attracted over and fused with it, causing the seal character to grow larger and stronger. It pushed the underworld's supremacy back tens of thousands of miles. Bang! A treasured armor appeared on the underworld supremacy's body, directly blocking the young Kunping's attack. He turned around and blasted out. Even the yin-yang diagram of life and death was shaken. It suffered the impact and was sent flying. I think you are really too arrogant. Since ancient times, there have been people who were slaughtered right after becoming martial emperors. You are too arrogant. The underworld sovereigns might even caused many Tao artifacts to start humming, erupting with waves of Tao might to contend with the underworld sovereign. Seal, please! Seeing that the young Kunping was about to suffer, Yemo immediately knew that he could not wait any longer. He quickly shouted. In the depths of the divine court, a ray of light broke through the vast sky, emitting billions of powerful rays of light, covering the sky and covering the earth. It directly formed an incomparably huge seal character. The divine light was monstrous, surging, and directly suppressed in the direction of the underworld's supremacy. Everyone had never imagined that the underworld's supremacy's attack would be so terrifying. Many Tao artifacts spontaneously united to resist him. It was difficult to contend with an emperor like the underworld's supremacy with just the awakening of one Tao artifact. However, it was completely different when many Tao artifacts united. It was as if someone was shouting this character in the universe. Countless energy faintly formed a human figure. The underworld's supremacy sneered. His words revealed unimaginable strength. Obviously, he did not take Yi Shuen seriously. Boom! Humph! You are all a group of ignorant people. Do you really think that an emperor is so easy to deal with? You are just a group of frogs at the bottom of a well. The underworld supremacy sneered. Obviously, he did not agree with the words of these people. Everyone was shocked by the strength of the underworld's supremacy. He was even more tyrannical than the NID. At that time, the NID besieged EMO and the others and formed the 5 Yuan Punishing Heaven Formation, but it was unable to defeat them. Bang! Humph! The underworld supremacy attacked again. With a blow, the defense line formed by the joint forces of various Tao artifacts actually retreated several steps before barely stopping. His vital energy and blood even emitted a rumbling sound, as if the stars were shining. Seal, underworld supremacy! Do you really think that you are invincible in the world? Impossible! How can the underworld supremacy be so strong? The second unlucky one was the young Kunping. He directly transformed into his original body. Above his head was the yin-yang life and death diagram. He collided with the underworld supremacy with unimaginable strength. The major forces had no way to contend against him unless someone became an emperor. However, that was really too difficult to say. Small tricks. Descendant of the demon master, die and become my slave. Haha! The underworld supremacy laughed loudly and directly grabbed at the young Kunping. He had followed 2 emperors. In terms of insight, there were probably not many in the universe who could compare with him. Naturally, he was very clear about what a normal emperor who had just become an emperor looked like. At this time, everyone missed the days when there was a martial emperor suppressing everywhere. Although it seemed uncomfortable to have someone above their head, it was still better than being exterminated like this. You actually dared to come out instead of hiding. Even if there is no martial emperor, we can still kill you. The only difference is that we will have to pay a more painful price. What wishful thinking! Yi Mo, who was in the middle of the formation, sneered. The underworld supremacies and scrupulous attitude completely enraged many people. Boom! The strength of Emperor was indeed extraordinary, but it should not be to this extent, especially when he had just become an emperor. He had not even condensed his own Tao artifact. Logically speaking, it was absolutely impossible for him to be so strong. However, the underworld supremacy had done it. There must be a reason that no one knew about. Who is the one having wishful thinking? The underworld supremacy took a step forward, and the aura on his body exploded. Countless rune laws condensed around his body, revealing a dense aura of death. It was incomparably surging. The entire universe was trembling, as if it could not withstand the recovery of so many powerful Tao powers. Even his strength was almost comparable to Yi Shiwen, who had just become an emperor. However, now that the martial emperor had gone deep into the chaos, no one knew when he would return. Only God knew if he could make it in time. The martial sect had already burned incense and prayed. If the martial emperor received the news, he would return. Therefore, the only thing they could do now was to completely block the underworld supremacy and buy time for the martial emperor to return. Stop him. We must not let him continue. I don't believe that his strength is comparable to a martial emperor. There must be something fishy about this. Yi Mo roared. Once again, he formed the 5 yuan punishing heaven formation with Yi Wudi and the others. They had already rehearsed this once, so they were naturally familiar with it. Bang! Yi Wudi, who bore the brunt of the attack, was directly hit. His entire body was instantly blasted away, and he spat out a mouthful of golden blood. Fortunately, he had the Demon Emperor Bell to protect his body. Otherwise, his entire body would have been smashed into pieces. The figure of the huge Kunpeng was revealed. As for the others, they restrained it from the side, using the 5 yuan punishing heaven formation as the core to resist. Ants. The underworld supremacy sneered and instantly attacked. For a moment, all kinds of terrifying aura poured out like mercury. For a moment, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The whole world seemed to shake with this attack. Even though the young Kunpeng was already a peak quasi-emperor at this time, he still felt that kind of terrifying pressure. All the laws around him were imprisoned by the underworld supremacy, and all his escape routes were blocked. This is absolutely impossible. He did not become an emperor during the confinement period. He definitely can't be so tyrannical. Is this the strength of the emperor level? Damn it, I also want to achieve the way. I also want to become an emperor. Only then can I compete with them. However, the pressure on him was also increasing. The underworld supremacy had no intention of playing hide-and-seek with them. All his attacks were strong and direct, and they were beaten back step by step. Soon, they had retreated to the edge of the divine court. At this time, everyone could only cooperate sincerely. They could all see that if the underworld supremacy continued to wreak havoc, he would gather more and more undead army. At that time, it was possible that he would really sweep the world. These people were once on the same level as the underworld's supremacy. In fact, they had achieved the way much longer than the underworld supremacy. Some of them had achieved the way before the Second War of Resistance against the heavens, which one of them was not far more qualified than the underworld supremacy. Although seniority could not be eaten, the current situation was also different from the past. The heavenly way had released the confinement, and they could also become emperors in the future. In terms of mentality, they did not think that they were worse than the underworld supremacy. Now, Yemo and the others had formed the 5 Yuan Heaven Punishment Great Formation. Their skills were even stronger than before, and they had the help of stronger Dao tools. Even so, they were still beaten back, step by step. From this aspect, it could be seen that the underworld supremacy was much more tyrannical than the NID of the past. It is really the era of the Emperor now. It is not the past. In the future era, there is no right to speak at all. Humph. Do you still expect Yi Shiwen to come back? What a joke, said the underworld supremacy coldly. Yi Shiwen went deep into the chaos, and there is no news of him for so long. It is obvious that he has fallen in it. However, the underworld supremacy's offensive had just begun. He attacked again and again, and actually made the formation of the Dao tools retreat continuously. Chapter 2978. This seal word grew bigger and bigger in the universe. With the appearance of this seal word, everyone found that everything in the world seemed to be sealed. Time, space, yin and yang, the 5 elements, everything was completely sealed. He even felt as if a large hand was gripping his neck so tightly that he couldn't even breathe. It was too strong. It wasn't that no one had studied the Tao of sealing before, but no one knew that just the word seal could actually be so tyrannical. At this moment, they suddenly understood that perhaps the 3,000 great Taos in this world all had their own tyrannical aspects, and there was no great Tao that was useless. It all depended on one's own cultivation. The word seal, when used by Yi Shiwen, could actually burst out such a terrifying power. It could even seal an Emperor Lord. Is this the backup left by the Martial Emperor? It's really powerful. Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Obviously, this should be the backup left by the Martial Emperor Yi Shiwen. In these years, Yi Shiwen should have left a lot of backup for the Divine Court. No wonder he dared to leave the Divine Court and go deep into the chaos. Everyone held their breath and focused their attention. All eyes were staring at the direction of the Underworld Lord. They saw the Underworld Lord constantly struggling in the seal word. The word seal grew bigger and bigger in the wind. It almost covered the entire sky completely. Boom! 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 Facing the crushing seal word, the Underworld Lord's response was also very violent. He didn't think of retreating at all. Instead, he resisted in the most violent way, constantly bombarding the seal word. His terrifying fist smashed the sky, and even the entire seal word began to crack. Sure enough, the seal word still can't do anything to the Underworld Lord. Although the means left by the Emperor Lord can be used to fight against the Emperor Lord, after all, without the Emperor Lord personally activating it, it can at most restrain the Emperor Lord a little. Sigh, it's a pity. This Underworld Lord is too strong. It's really strange. He's already so terrifying when he just became an Emperor Lord. Is he going to challenge the Martial Emperor Lord in the future? Many people couldn't help but have such thoughts. Yi Shiwen had established immortal majesty over the years. However, the Dark Lord's performance in the past few years had been too strong. In fact, everyone couldn't help but look at him in a new light. People couldn't help but have such thoughts. No one knows. Probably only they themselves know the difference in strength between the imperial emperors. Boom! A series of shocking explosions came from the seal character, and the Dark Lord's continuous shouts could be heard. Boom! A huge roar was heard, and the world shook violently. Then everyone saw that the powerful seal that could seal the entire universe exploded on the spot. It could not withstand the series of fatal attacks from the Dark Lord. Humph! Even if Yi Shiwen were here, I would still kill him without hesitation. Moreover, you want to deal with me with a mere seal? How childish and laughable! Nether Sovereign laughed coldly. Clearly, he felt that everyone was extremely laughable. Kill! Suddenly, a sword of light appeared in Yi Mo's hand. A torrential evil aura surged from the ancient sword, causing the world to tremble violently. This is... Everyone was stunned as they looked at Yi Mo. On the sword of light in Yi Mo's hand, the seal character was particularly conspicuous. Obviously, it was exactly the same as the previous seal character. They should be of the same origin. As Yi Mo removed the word seal from the light sword, in an instant, endless hostility filled the world. The laws of the way of the sword danced, as if in an instant there were countless experts of the way of the sword chanting for this sword light, and countless sword gods resonated at the same time. Whoosh! This sword light tore the sky and fiercely shot in the direction of the Underworld Lord. Fast! 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 The speed of this sword was too fast. It surpassed space and time. In an instant, it rushed to the front of the Underworld Lord's face. Pucci! This sword directly tore the sky and slashed at the Underworld Lord's face. The Underworld Lord had just broken free from the seal of the seal character. He had no time to react and was directly slashed by the sword. Bang! The Underworld Lord's entire head was smashed on the spot, and his imperial blood suddenly exploded. Ah! The Underworld Lord's roar could be heard throughout the universe. His head was reconstructed in front of everyone. He had never imagined that he would be tricked and his head would be smashed by a sword. How could he not be angry? He had just vowed that Yi Shiwen was definitely not his opponent, but now his head had been destroyed by the sword chi in the seal that Yi Shiwen had left behind. This was simply a slap in the face, a ruthless slap in the face. It's done, ha ha ha. Everyone was immediately overjoyed. From the moment the Underworld Lord attacked, just now, he had displayed an overly strong side. No matter what kind of attack they had, it had no effect on him. He was simply like an unsolvable bug. Although they did not say it out loud, they actually did not have much confidence in their hearts. And now, seeing that Yi Mo's attack had worked, how could they not be elated? The most important thing was that it proved that the Underworld Lord was not a true martial emperor. If he used his full strength, there was still hope of killing him. Many experts who were not from the regal sect could not help but be terrified when they saw this scene. The Emperor's inheritance. This was the true heritage of the Emperor's inheritance. The Underworld Lord, who no one could do anything about, had actually suffered a huge loss here. If he had not been forced to the extreme, who would have thought that Divine Palace still had such a hidden trump card? This was also the fundamental key reason why Yi Shiwen had to lure the Inverse Emperor out to fight. If he had not lured the Inverse Emperor out, the current situation that the Underworld Lord was facing would be the situation that Yi Shiwen had to face back then. How could Yi Shiwen not have to carefully set up that trap? I must flatten Divine Palace. The Underworld Lord roared, but his roar had not yet ended. Another shocking sword chi penetrated the galaxy like a mountain and blasted the Underworld Lord's chest. Bang! The Underworld Lord was blasted away on the spot. His chest instantly exploded, and it was a bloody mess. He screamed continuously, and his angry roar shocked the world. Whoosh! 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 One sword light after another fell from the sky and directly blasted towards the Underworld Lord. Wave after wave of sword chi caught the Dark Supremacy completely off guard. Everyone was dumbfounded. How much sword chi was stored in Divine Palace? It could be released continuously and hit an emperor to the point that he could not even lift his head. This was really enough. Bang! 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 The deafening sounds of collisions made everyone's teeth ache. The dignified Underworld Sovereign was actually forced to this extent. At the same time, they were also shocked by the depth of Divine Palace's foundation. One must know that this kind of sword chi was almost equivalent to an all-out attack of an emperor. It was not something that could be easily sealed. Therefore, even among the various emperors' inheritances, there were not many such techniques. However, there were so many Divine Palace experts. Even if their emperor had just ascended the throne, there were still too many of them. However, the storm-like sword lights finally stopped. That split second was enough for the underworld supremacy to take a breather and regroup. He was just stunned by Yi Mo's continuous attacks at the beginning. Otherwise, with his strength, he would not be so weak. Only Yi Mo, who had followed two emperors, knew some of the emperor's weaknesses. Only then could he have such a wonderful continuous attack. Otherwise, it was impossible to hurt the underworld lord at all. You are dead. The underworld lord's eyes were filled with anger. He was no longer like in the beginning, when he did not care at all. He just treated them like ants and did not care at all. He was already furious to the extreme. A dignified emperor was schemed against like this, and even his head was smashed. Although in a sense the person who smashed his head was Yi Shiwen, he didn't have time to think so much at this time. Only his unimaginable anger was burning in his heart. Everyone in Divine Palace, no one will be spared. I want you to die a horrible death. The underworld lord's loud roar came. No one will be spared from my Divine Palace. I also want to see if you have such a method. Suddenly, a chilly voice resounded from the horizon. However, as soon as this voice fell, a figure appeared in front of everyone. The figure stepped on a golden lotus and broke out of the dazzling light. Martial Emperor, it's the Martial Emperor. Great, the Martial Emperor has returned. Everyone recognized who this figure was, and could not help but cry tears of joy. It could be said that during this period of time, they were almost forced to the limit by the underworld lord. They almost overturned a small half of the heavens and myriad realms. They did not know how many creatures were slaughtered and turned into an undead army. Now he had arrived in front of the mountain gate of the divine court. Everyone had joined hands, but they weren't a match for him. This had left everyone in despair. Many people were wondering where Yi Shiwen had gone under such circumstances, and where could he have gone? And now, Yi Shiwen had finally appeared in front of everyone. When the underworld lord saw that the person who appeared was actually Yi Shiwen, he could not help but feel nervous. No matter what he said before, Yi Shiwen's prestige had already spread throughout the heavens and myriad realms in the past tens of thousands of years. These people lived in Yi Shiwen's shadow. It was impossible to say that they were not afraid of Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen, you finally showed up. The underworld lord looked at Yi Shiwen coldly. His eyes were red, and there was a faint murderous aura released from his face. Yes, I'm back, said Yi Shiwen. Fortunately, I still made it in time. However, underworld lord, just now you said that you want to trample my divine palace and slaughter everyone in my divine palace. Is that right? Say it again if you have the guts.